the Templars Reforged. Ano. A zjistíte, nebo víte, že za onen výbuch může klaun. A zjistíte, že klaun není úplně klaun, ale nějaký podivný pán s měsícem na držce. A vydáváte se po stopách tohoto pána s měsícem na držce. Nechče za to může, what the fuck? Není klaun, není klaun, ale ne Klaus, naštěstí ne. Tak, skončili jsme tady včera u Lady Pierremontové, která byla velice ukecaná. A její sny se rozplynuly potom, co borec, který se o ní ucházel, se rozplynul jak pára nad hrncem, protože to byl náš vrah.
I figured the lady at the keys wouldn't appreciate a duet with a musical illiterate like me.
Já bych chtěla, můžu se dostat? Náš vrah by měl být někde... Ježišimaria. Hotelový klíč.
Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag. The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it.
Já bych se s ním pokesat. What the fuck?
I want some information.
Who are you? The police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
Co?
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, sure.
To je ale ecchi, what the fuck?
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like what?
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats.
Právě borec, který... Koho hledáme, se jmenuje podle všeho zatím Khan. A vypadá to, že on ukradl z té kavárny kufřík. A ty věci z toho kufříku tady schoval do trezoru.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
Do you know a man named Plantow?
No, monsieur.
Plantarda nikdo nezná.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
What do you make of this tissue?
Do you wish me to dispose of it for you, monsieur?
Hey, no! It could be useful. I'm holding on to this.
As you wish, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a little plastic baggie to keep it in?
Nah, it's fine the way it is. Do you recognize this red nose?
No, monsieur.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
A mě nenechal se podívat.
It was the register of guests. There was no one registered under the name of Khan, But the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin.
Můžu jít nahoru, nebo nepustím? Asi ne, co? To mě pustí, pohybil se po hotelu, ok. Jo, 21, I see.
The sign on the door read 21.
Mně se strašně líbí, jakoby to předávání těch scén.
The door was locked.
Takže budu muset nějak... více dveří se můžeme podívat.
The sign on the door read 22. If the tailor's description was correct, this was the killer's room. The door was locked. The door was locked.
Vlastně, že všechny dveře byly zamčený, štěbená. Dobře, já tady nahoře asi tím pádem neudělám nic jako takovýho.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, Joe.
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Yes.
Oh, no. It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
No, you should have been. What were
Ahoj,
you thinking
monstrum.
of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape.
Chodil někdo z vás do skauta? Asi ne, tady nebyl
Why do you
skaut,
want to
ne,
get
ani.
into that
Tady byl
room?
pionýři, či?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick.
Ah!
I say, you there, flunky.
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewelry for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you, my dear.
There was no one registered, but the name in the book for... In the back of the office was a small safe with a combination lock.
On chodí úplně hrozně. To úplně nezvládnu. Tak, hotelový klíč od... No, šup tam.
The door was locked.
No a proto jsem klikala, ať vytáhneš jakoby ten hotelový klíč a odemkneš dveře.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key.
Dobrý, I'm in.
The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Ježíš, já budu dobrodruh, ty vole. Co je četník ještě? Nedá se něco dělat? Prázdný.
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague,
Kafru.
lingering smell of camphor.
OK. Jdem oknem ven. Jo. Kufr vidím.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating... I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty.
Logické.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white There was nothing in the pockets. The pants were newly laundered and pressed with immaculate creases. The door led back into the hall, idiot.
Je strašně divný ten...
There was nothing in the pants were new.
Počkej. Nemám nic u sebe. Aby to jako srovnal. Asi no.
The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died.
Takže tady asi nic, no.
The cabinet had no drawers, just a single door. The assassin had been...
Nemá
It
třeba
was the
nějaký...
battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died.
Proč mě furt svítí ta skříň? Furt mi svítí ten kufřík a furt mi svítí skříň víceméně.
I searched the interior of the briefcase. The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
S tím moc jako nic takového jako neudělám prostě. Potřebuji dostat do toho trezoru. To pro mě bude SMS docela důležitý. Ale počkej, já nechci nastavení. Bylo to ty nápovědy? Jo. Počkej, bych měla zavřít zase.
There was nothing in the pot. The interior... If I wanted my shins sticking out of my shoulders, I could have... Mama Stobar didn't raise no suicidal fools, though. The cobbles of the alleyway looked very distant and very hard.
No nic.
I've got the key. I have to go, ma'am.
No to je nic novýho, ty vado.
Hello again. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Mám komu zavolat. To asi taky moc zná, ale tam byl ještě jeden borec před hotelem.
Just a minute, monsieur.
Huh?
What's your problem?
No problem. If you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet. Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape. Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
Huh?
Let him go, Flap.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Don't you think you have some explaining to do?
Huh?
I'm an American citizen and a bona fide visitor to your country.
What the...
You can't touch me up in the street and expect to get away with it.
Get lost, creep.
Okay.
The sign listed the price of rooms, and boy, were they expensive. The killer must have been earning a fat wad to pay for accommodation like this. The lobby was quiet, almost deserted.
Zase další kamarád Okap. Tady asi nic, no. Asi tu pak něco bude ležet, ale... rozhodně ne teď. Nebo někdo, samozřejmě, nebo někdo. Ahoj, Darkonisi.
Hey, shorty.
Jak se máš?
You recognize the guy in this photograph?
No, I never saw it.
What does this key mean to you?
Nothing.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. Take a good look at the substance it's smeared with.
You are sick. Very sick.
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
No.
Forget it.
Máte někdo nějaký nápad?
What now, monsieur?
I've just been manhandled by a gorilla.
Yes? I do not see any signs of a gorilla.
No, not a real gorilla. It was a guy who looked like a gorilla. It happened right out front of this building.
Let me get this quite clear. Are you complaining or bragging?
I want to know what you're going to do about it. The scrawny one has a gun.
I suggest you contact the police.
Can't you do anything about them?
What goes on in the streets of Paris is hardly my responsibility.
Aren't you concerned that your guests are being intimidated by gangsters?
No one else has complained, monsieur. Did they steal anything from you?
Well, no. They didn't find what they were looking for.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't think they did either. Thanks for your help, buddy.
Aha. Poslední den volno, takže pomalu se narůstá strach, že bude mít jinak směny a že nás z 4denního provozu udělali jen 3 směny. Takže jednu směnu rozhodili mezi ostatní směny a mistři se prohodili s jinýma směnama. Takže budeme mít pšionku z první směny a prý je to pěkná čůza. Tak mám trošku strach. Ale to už jste měli minule, ne? S touhletou si už se nějak jako setkal, či?
Hello again.
Ty vole.
Thanks for your...
Good.
The door was locked.
Tak jsme měli metek už tak na to už jsme si nějak zvykli a už byla celkem v pohodě.
There was nothing in the wardrobe.
No, to už uvidíš, no, snad to bude v pohodě.
The bed was freshly made, and
Nevím. Nic mě nenapadá.
the assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence
Pár kolegů
beside
i řeklo,
his
že raději
bed.
přejde na jinou směnu. Raději, pokud se bude chovat tak, jak to říkali.
The cabinet had no...
Tak uvidíš, no. Třeba to bude OK. No, může se stát taky, že ne, no. Ha?
I had the kind of feeling in my stomach.
Já jsem prostě měla vylez jenom normálníma dveřma. What the fuck? Oh no. Čouchalo se. Jsou inkriminované kaťata. Sevřeli se mu půlky. Mně se sevřely půlky. Co je mu?
I couldn't believe my luck when I found 2 items in the pockets of the pants. The first was an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. The second was a pass card which read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. The pants matched the jacket which the killer had lost in Paris.
Ty vole, kdybych věděla, že všechno, co jsem měla udělat, bylo seriózně jenom to, že... Ne, že otevřu přední dveře, tak to dělám hned, what the fuck. Mě nenapadlo, když ty dveře byly zamčený, že jo.
What now, monsieur?
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur
That's right. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that. What now?
Thanks for your... The door was locked. The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words Club Alamut.
Kde klub Alamut?
Bonjour, couleur.
Hi, it's George. I have the address of the killer's hotel.
If you're going to pay him a visit, take care. Remember, that guy's a professional.
Thanks. I'll be fine.
Já nevím, co se tak vole zmínit, jako kde něco?
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
To bych právě chtěla, jak jsem doufala, že jim poradí. Než to by možná mohl být ten natvrdlej borec. Ohio, čau, Ondio.
What now, monsieur?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Zapojovali jsme mamce telku.
Hold it right there. Searching.
Tak to je všechno, si nalí čaj a máš čaj.
Nothing, kid.
Okay, let him go.
Já budu nějaký ty papíry vyhazovat z okna, aby oni na ně nepřišli, nebo něco. Co? Jo. Jak se máš? Jo, dobrý, hala, dobrý.
What do you think I should do?
I think you should look for clues at the hotel.
I guess so. I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue, a name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Co bylo k obědu?
Oh,
Ještě
well,
nic.
I'll keep it
Já
as a
jsem
souvenir.
měla docela jogurt, takže.
See you later.
What are you?
I could go back to the hotel. Whatever those 2 thugs are after.
Co ty? Co vy jste měli k obědu dneska? Dobrého. Jo, myslel se seká webka, no.
Hey, sure. I didn't think much of your I don't know what you're looking for, but maybe you'll spread. George Stobart is on the case. That's Stobart. 2 B's and 2 T's. It sounded impressive to me, but the weasel didn't seem to share my enthusiasm.
Promiň, slyšel jsem tě dvakrát, což budeš mít.
I figured you'd think twice before
risotto,
gunning
ale
me
ještě
down
jsem
in
ho
the
neměla,
street in
děkuju.
cold blood.
I do not like your talk.
Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do about it?
If you do not go away, I will gun you down in cold blood, right here in the street, without think.
Do you know a guy called Merlin?
No,
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
it is just a matchbook.
What is this?
Nothing.
Forget it.
Já si ti dám polostudený zapečení těstoviny. Dobrou chuť.
There was nothing else in the pants matched.
Jsem prostě vyměnil kalhoty, ale... Já vím, že se musím dostat k těm dokumentům, ale já nevím jak!
I searched the interior of the briefcase, but
Kurňa. Musím ho nějak přinutit, aby mi prostě vydal ty dokumenty.
What now, monsieur?
do you recognize this key?
That is the property of the Hotel Ubu.
Correct.
May I ask how it found its way from the little hook to your pocket?
Would you believe it was put there by a poltergeist?
No, monsieur. The hotel is regularly serviced by an exorcist. If we had a ghost, Father Fécond would have flushed it out.
I suppose you want the key back.
Not especiellement. The room is vacant. Since you are so determined to conduct your little investigation, I won't stop you. What now?
Does this match?
No,
Did I show you this?
we must...
Is this?
I couldn't say. It's a bad likeness.
This photo was taken by one of Europe's most promising photojournalists.
Vraiment?
Ty černých
does he
klidně by se
use?
ukázal někoho, kdo má na
Full
starosti.
camera?
Srstli. Já jsem čekal, že on se sebere a půjde něco řešit.
Thanks for your help.
Já potřebuju prostě dostat se tam, že jo. Udělám cokoliv pro to, abych se dostala do toho sejfu.
Do you recognize this card?
no,
Does the name on
indeed it does. For Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains.
To nebojím!
Know him?
No, I don't.
Takže, OK. A asi
You
nic,
No.
ne, jako nemám moc co říct.
Thanks for your...
Goodbye.
Můžu se tady zeptat paní lady. Já jsem čekala, že tam třeba, já nevím, vyletí, víš, bude grrrr.
Hello, George. What can I do for you?
Tak.
That gangster I told you about? He went through my pockets just now.
Good heavens! One never knows what to expect in foreign parts. Thank you for the warning, young man. I shall hide my credit card in my underwear.
OK, to bylo důležitý info teda.
I found this matchbook in
Good
Merlin's bedroom.
heaven.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers. But he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George!
Čumraní, nejde na to.
Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What's the problem?
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
Nepodstatná
That
maličko.
is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man.
Oh no.
If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
Let's go.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much.
Ahoj, Šedové.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance would actually work.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Okay. A já mám takový pocit, že oni ho budou hledat. Hezký hrníček, děkuju. Mám domácí čajík. Pečený. Domácí pečený čajík. Domácí pěstovaný. Actu ale ano. Hovno. Jo. Nazbírán rukama mých rodičů. Já takový pocit, že oni mi ten pergamen budou chtít sebrat, jako no. Ukáže se, zda moje tušení bylo pravdivé, či hovno.
Hold it right there. Search him.
Yes.
Is this what you're after, Guido?
See, that's he.
I can explain everything.
Too late. You're on your way to feed the fishes.
I'm allergic to fish. I break out in blotches when
Proto jsem to chtěla vyhodit z okna, že jo? Vyhodíš to z okna, jakoby samozřejmě s nějakým závažím, aby se nic takového nestalo. Ale well, vyzkoušela jsem něco nového. Myslela jsem si, no, že jdou po tom pergamenu. Hovno. Můžu to zkusit dát ještě. Počkej, schválně. Pergamen do skříňky a hodit skříňku z okna. Tak ne. Nevyjde to. Jde o ty ženské podprdy.
There was nothing else. The pants matched the jacket, which...
Já potřebuji něco, prostě něco.
The interior of the closet was large.
Nebo zkusím to ještě jinak, ale to si myslím, že moc asi fungovat nebude.
I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the...
Jako můj nápad byl, aby ho jako neodvanul náhodný vítr, tak by bylo vhodné jej jako něčím zatížit, jako čímkoliv.
Hold it, sir. Okay.
Aby bylo vypečeno, kdyby tady nebyl.
If the manuscript was... I couldn't wait to...
Později v bytě Niko.
You're just not going to believe what I've found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the U-boot.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantar?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Asi prachy.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping. Think about it, Josh. One guy's already died for it, as you said yourself. Besides, that parchment is fragile.
Okay, I'm convinced. You keep hold of it. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Tak jsem to nechtěla.
Let's face it, someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
Let's go!
A guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobino.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics. I
Indián
suppose.
zmíněn.
For
Poggies.
Andre isn't stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Krone Museum. I'll give you the address.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said mirror, mirror on the wall, wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either. A knight with a crystal ball. There's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
+1 za
Through my
easter egg.
teachings, you will be enlightened.
Tak zrovna Lux vím taky, že je světlo, yikes.
There's a woman, but the
A jo, to nic. To
there's a
odpakujem.
guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere
Lux
famous
není
for
vysavač.
weaving and
To taky.
ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod.
Okay.
Let's take another... I found this in the killer's room.
What is it?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
Lux byl výrobce vysavačů, co se jmenoval podle světla.
Maybe I'll check out the crew.
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
A chytrá. Tak.
A real macho guy would have plunged straight into the spiky, scratchy bushes. Not me. Access to the side and rear of the museum building. Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobino?
Oh, no. Fancy you mistaking me for him. No. I am the deputy custodian.
But Lobino does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
Thanks. The statue didn't deserve to be mauled by a Philistine like me. It was a statue from ancient Egypt. Those old civilizations sure could teach us a few things about art and beauty. I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard wasn't looking, but the case was locked.
Attention!
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill, and the fat falls on the open flame. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled, and it's
Jaj.
like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
The case contained 2 rows of silver coins. Each coin on the lower row showed a portrait of a guy with a huge nose. I looked down at a collection of tools with wooden handles and tarnished metal blades. There were knives, chisels, and spikes fanned out in a semicircle. I guess there's always been a need for home improvement. It was a large
Urna.
brass urn.
Oh no.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marn at
Půjdem
the
do
site of a
Irska.
Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited. Touching an object as rare and beautiful as... It was a tapestry of a lady, a lion, and a unicorn. If I'd had more time, I could have stared at it all day. The totem pole looked distinctly out of place in the setting of the museum. It was an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus with a beautifully painted effigy of its owner on the lid.
Leave it alone.
Jaj.
It's a sarcophagus. I was no desecrator of tombs. It was a stone carving from ancient Egypt. I was no desecrator of tombs. Pardon me,
Oui, monsieur?
have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Oh, no. I don't frequent places like that.
Nahám pejzy.
Pardon me,
Oui, monsieur?
can you give me any further information about the tripod?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century. The Houdini of his time.
Don't you mean alchemist? Escapologists use ropes, chains, and handcuffs, not tripods.
Well, whatever he was, that is the tripod he used in his experiments.
What kind of experiments did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry at school?
Yeah, but we skipped over thaumatology. Can I take a closer look at the tripod?
What? Get it out of the case? Ah, no! That tripod is protected by a sophisticated surveillance system.
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud alarm bell.
Chápu.
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is, well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Skvělý.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does?
Yeah, it doesn't mention John Dee at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Well, 19 letters of it.
Tak
The
to je na
bottom
tom
row
líp
of the
než já?
tab was, too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that.
Ty
Do
vole.
you see? If I
Ah,
studied
je na tom podobně jako já.
my homework, I could be a professor of history.
At your age? Dream on. Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar, though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to party. No, no, no. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is I am no scholar. Not like Monsieur Lobino.
Zajdu se na záchod. Baraba. Jsem se nevzal lyžičku.
What can you tell me about the collection of coins?
A rare example of silver coinage from the reign of Philippe le Bel. That little old lay buried for centuries in a field on the outskirts of Paris. They're unique. Nothing like them has been found anywhere else in Europe.
Who was Philippe le Bel?
You don't know? Philippe IV, the King of France.
Wasn't he the guy who wiped out the Knights Templar?
I have no idea, monsieur. All I know is he was King of France. I don't even know why he was called Philippe le Bel.
Profesorka Millerová, co?
What can you tell me about the collection of pottery?
Those are remains of
prostě to
pots
ovoce on
used
nechce
by the original
ven.
inhabitants of Paris. The Paris pot people.
When did they move out?
15,000 years ago, monsieur. Vanished in the mist
Ha.
of time.
Ow.
Didn't even have time to pack up
Right.
their pots.
Nemáš brýle? Ty mám už od začátku streamu.
I thought the original inhabitants of Paris were a tribe known as the Parisi.
That is right, monsieur. Renowned for their pots. You see, in those days, people didn't have much in the way of possessions.
Nečekal, co?
A few flints,
Takže jsem
some
zakokotám
animal skins,
trošku.
maybe the odd bone or two. Naturally, when the Parisi came along with their pots,
Vždycky to může být horší,
everybody
Ondě.
wanted one.
I guess they must have caused a kind of consumer frenzy.
Yeah, oui, they connect the market, cleaned up.
You don't know the
Jako
first
ale
thing about
na
those
jednu
pots,
stranu
do you?
to je dobrý,
No,
nekoukáš jakoby na mě, ale koukáš na hru. Tak je částečně šlechtí.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. Is there any reason why I should?
I guess not. Would you like to shake my hand?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Ty vole. Jako můžu se ho zeptat, no, ale myslím si, že to bude k hovnu.
Do you recognize this ID pass?
Bude na co na všechno jako, ne.
No,
Do you recognize this red nose?
I don't think so.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is absolutely disgusting, monsieur.
Thanks for your help.
OK, takže. Víme, že nechce otevírat okno, protože by sem táhlo z místa, kde se dělají hamburgery. A dovnitř se schovat do sarkofágu nemůžu, protože je to starý.
Odškodné na psychické újmě.
Děkuju.
I tried to
Nemuselo
sneak my
být.
hand in.
Dobrý, děkuju za stováka. Ale opravdu jakože chápu, že...
The tripod was definitely the one on the manuscript. The Templar connection confirmed it. I was
pohodě.
tempted to go to Ireland to check it out. I considered smashing my fist through the pane, wrenching open the window, and vaulting triumphantly into the building.
Surely.
Then I thought, no, that's dumb. Besides, I might get hurt.
Jas, tak. Ahoj, mamčo, přišli jste se podívat na novou Gamesu. Můžete pomoct přemýšlet. On pracuje v tom muzeu, ale on tady nikde není, more.
Access to the side. A real macho guy.
Jo, včera jsem byla, vypadá hezky, pro mě jak dělaná. Vy máte za úkol dohrát první jako Siberku, ok? Siberku, posla smrti. Dělá se, nebo má se dělat na novým. Nemáš čas rozjíždět žádný nový adventury, ok? Není čas.
Oh, hi.
Jasně,
Hello,
šéfová.
Can you
I can tell.
How come?
Give me some credit. If you're an electrician, I'll eat my antirrhinums.
You're a remarkably talented lady. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club à la Mue in Paris.
Okay.
Do you recognize...
No, dear.
Okay.
See you later.
That's
Já už teďka vím, že budu mít novej průchod, jako se hrou. Děsím se toho.
Hi, Jules.
I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It
Ahoj,
belonged to the
Lele, jak
Templars.
se daří?
It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marn.
I have heard of Lochmarn. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
A popular gossip magazine? You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
To jsem měla na oběd.
Professor Nigel Pegram.
Mám v plánu potom to...
That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation.
Risotto jsem dělala včera.
But he canceled the filming
Ale...
of the popular television program.
Ale ještě jsme ho neměli, no. Já jsem měla právě na snídaní jogurt a pak se tady dala svoje vitamíny.
He's a professor of history. They're all cuckoo.
Kuk.
Shame. I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Picram's dam is important, why don't you visit Lochmarn?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly?
Jak jako kde je Irsko, ty barbare, americký, vole.
There's been a television program, Picram's Past. He's
Je
written
prostě
a book,
strašně
The
vtipný,
Crusader Families
jak,
of Ireland.
jak Francouz,
bet
nebo
he'd be
Francouzi,
interested in
jak
the manuscript.
Američani jsou strašně jakože... Nevím o Evropě nic, ale vy zase nic nevíte Evropani o Americe. Kámo, doslova vím víc než ty o celé Evropě a Americe nejpíš dohromady. Kurňa. Daří se, co u tebe? Moje starka se smála, jako jsem pozerala tvoju storku. Čus tady Nick čus. Hihi. No, ono se to docela chytlo, no. Ale zrovna, že pičus, to je docela jako okolo.
Let's take another look at the manuscript. That's the tripod in the Crew Museum.
OK. Tak já nevím, no, tak asi...
I'll see you later.
Irsko we go?
Keep me informed if you find anything new.
I guess. Ne, my už jsme v Irsku byli. Co? Oh no. A pracuje v Pařížském muzeu Krun. No to jo, ale... Aeroport. Europe. Irlando. to zní, to je jak O, to není jak D. Máš první run? Yes. Yes, yes. Jak vylez.
Several hours later, I arrived in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. I'd been lucky to get a bus from Dublin to the tiny village of Lochmarn. On the way out, the driver told me there was only one service a day.
Mám něco v inventáři? Jo, docela dobrý věci. A i ten tyč na otevírání kanálu, to se určitě bude hodit. Takový pajzlík toto vypadá.
The menu was limited. It read, "No food today." I didn't care. I'd lost my appetite somewhere over the Irish Sea. I tugged at the trapdoor. The workman's key was the obvious tool to use to open this trapdoor. It was specifically designed for a job like this. Unfortunately, there weren't any holes in the trapdoor.
Aww. Brba, jasná.
I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move.
Chlapec.
Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
You're a head case, mister. A few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I, see what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot.
Grabs the
I'm
loot.
up to Dublin heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year. Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, because he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure, jewels and gold and...
Jako blbě se to počítá, nebo prostě jako čte, no. Občas mě raději si jako poslechnu tu angličtinu a přeložím si to z toho.
Do you know anything about Pegram's dig?
He wouldn't let me anywhere near it. I offered to help, but he chased me off. I didn't want to see his smelly old hole anyhow.
Did anyone from the village work at the dig?
Pegram brought some students and bums with him. He reckoned no one in Lochmarn would know what to look for. The only local guy who worked for him was Sean Fitzgerald.
What does this Fitzgerald guy look like?
Big head, big ears, and face irons.
What?
You know, spectacles, glasses. He's blind as a bat without him.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No, only...
What?
Oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No,
What is it you're covering up? Is it something you're scared of?
I ain't scared of nothing.
I'll give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'm taking you back to school.
Oh.
Oh, there's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Loch Man.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worse. It was coming from inside the castle.
Solo provaram.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows. I could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but my legs had lost their stuffing.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down. Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Lochmarn, they all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. It's just like that film I saw. Did this clown see? And he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub,
What the
the
fuck?
clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God, that doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
What the
Yeah, right.
fuck?
You're not a day over
Určitě.
14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
Určitě.
See you later, kid.
Okay, Mr.
Jdem dovnitř. Wait, what? To bylo špat, to bylo... Aha, no tak... Mi to spadlo. Super. GG. To bylo rychlý. Líbí se mi tady ta klasická irská lira.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
What?
I need to speak with you urgently.
Byl strašně nervózně, že na někoho jako čeká.
What's the problem?
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no, thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
McGuire says you did.
You don't believe that damned hooligan, do you?
Why not?
His probation officer could tell you a tale or two.
Have you heard about the gem which Pegram found?
I've heard a rumor, but you can't believe everything you hear or see, can you?
Where can I find Professor Pegram?
I heard he's gone fishing.
I don't know where.
What can you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
To nezní jako, že by
Did
byl
you
v
ever
pohodě,
explore
tady
the
úplně v
castle
prdeli.
yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid. Then one of the little ones fell off the wall, broke his head and died. We didn't go there anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Od té doby, vždycky, když to spadne, tak ta kamera je úplně crazy. Vždycky musím chodit napravovat, že to nesadí.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No. At least I don't think so.
Look closely. He has a scar on his face.
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
Ahoj, Lazarusy.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No.
See you later. Hi there, old-timer. What? Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner.
What the fuck?
Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. 'Tis the hay fever.
Pollinosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No, I'd know it if you were.
Do you know Pegram the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
Were you aware that Pegram was conducting an archaeological dig?
I don't meddle in other people's affairs. They don't interest me.
True and true.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
I told you, I never heard of him.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Jak se
And you're
daří,
a fool.
Lazarusy?
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's no one around to stop me, is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast, long beak, straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know what I saw.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh,
Can I buy you a beer?
very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Telefon asi nepotřebujeme, pokecáme s borcem.
Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say, isn't it?
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could. If you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the Undertaker comes to collect him.
Huh?
Do you know Sean Fitzgerald very well?
I know him enough not to sell him more than 2 pints. He's like a kid when he gets a few beers inside him.
I'm not surprised. He's on medication. It's for his nerves.
There's nothing wrong with his nerves. He's just screwy.
Okay, chápu.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Vybral jsem si dobře, že jsem řekla pravdu.
That's right. In the best room in the house.
That's the one with the bed.
Co?
Can I see Pegram's room?
It's been taken by one of the brothers from the reformatory. They come every year for spiritual refreshment.
That's a good one. Their idea of refreshment is a good full of stout.
I wouldn't want to disturb a man of God, especially not a big fella from the bad boys' home.
I don't blame you, Mick. That brother's got muscles like a muscle man.
Have you served any, clowns recently?
No, you're the first today.
Seriously, I'm looking for a man dressed in a clown costume.
Would he be having a little white dog with a black patch over the eye?
I shouldn't think so. What can you tell me about the castle?
You're the second person to ask me that today. I don't know anything about the castle. It's only an old ruin anyway.
Děkuju. Čau, předlouše.
Who else was asking about the castle?
He said he was a reporter.
Novinář.
He was asking about the little people.
Huh?
I could have told him a tale or two about the little people. He might have paid me to hear what he wanted me to say.
Anyway, I chucked him out on his arse.
Good for you, Mick. That's the way to deal with journalists.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and worn with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No, sir.
Do you recognize this man?
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club.
What the fuck?
According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat?
Charakter, jako
Didn't he teach you
kněz
all the
učí
art
děti
of
bojovat.
Doyle.
Sorry, Michael. I was miles away.
Co?
What did you say?
Ah, never mind.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
Tady jsem dlouho nebyl, ty jo. Jak se ti
Do you know
daří?
Professor Pegram?
Do I know him? Do I know the good professor himself? No, I don't. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't know him to talk to.
Do you know anything about
Určitě
Pegram's
naposledy minulý
excavation?
rok.
Only that he didn't
To je
have the right
pravda.
tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
It's the science of archaeology, Pat. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons and flavoured condoms, more likely.
Zajímavé.
Is it true that Pegram found a valuable gem?
Dala říct, že fajn, mám přítelkyni na praxi,
First
mi
I heard of
to
it.
dělat. Ty jo.
Where have you been, Pat? For that gem is the talk of every town from Lochmarn to Ballydoon.
Nobody told me.
To zní
Lucky
jako
sod.
klidný život.
That's why he scampered.
Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I
Yes,
got
that is
more
not bad.
hopes than the rest of
Jo.
them put together?
Našel jsem dobrou hru, tak mám aspoň co hrát.
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who, Doyle? Has he conned you into buying for him? Shame on you, Patrick.
Same again. Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
U mě nic extra novýho. Já jenom spokojeně hraju.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him and a bunch of students. He was speaking with the boss man.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He does joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
Oh no, I'm here on vacation.
What's that?
A vacation, Pat. It's what the Americans call a holiday.
Oh, right. In Lochmarn? You come to Lochmarn for a holiday?
Sure, it's a very pretty place.
Where the hell are you from, mister?
California.
I know it. That's where the brooms come from.
Yeah, amongst other things.
V Kalifornii rostou švestky.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
Don't be fooled. This is the face of a psychopathic killer.
No. Well, there's one in the eye for me and my men.
Bye for now. Hello there. My name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
You're too late to meet that fella.
Is he dead?
Not that. But he's gone from the village. A soft
Ahoj,
pint with
Pedro.
our esteemed host, I might add.
Do you know where Pegram
Jak
is
se
gone?
máš?
I'm sorry, but I don't. He upped anchor in the
Ahoj,
dark
Stufa,
and
jak se
shipped out before
máš?
the dawn.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal.
Why is Pegram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticate. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you?
Oh no.
Thank the Lord for that.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back to the 10th century, you know. Most of the existing building was added much later, of course.
Are the ruins open to the public?
Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
Pegram thought otherwise, didn't he?
Ah, but it's not difficult to get them history boys excited, is it? Give them a bone to play with, and they're happy as puppies.
Was it Pegram who dug up the tripod at the castle?
The same man, if he wasn't his twin brother. And can you guess what he did with the tripod?
He sent it to a museum in Paris. I've seen it. Have you heard of the Phantom?
More than that. I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spectacle.
So it's not just a local legend. There really is a Phantom of Lochmar.
Oh no. I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nope. I've never seen him before.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
What can you tell me about this ID pass?
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
Goodbye for now. He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening. Somehow, I'd managed to drink the thick, sweet brew. I felt strangely compelled to order another, even though my every instinct warned me against it. Somehow, I felt strange.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Excuse me?
No customers behind the bar. Ever.
It was an electric glass washer. It looked even older than the barman. It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. I recognized the guy.
Hello.
Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig.
You don't believe him, do you? Patrick Doyle is a moron and a scoundrel.
Even so, he saw you talking to Pegram.
You can't prove that, mister.
Shake my hand.
It's a trick, isn't it?
Damn it, you're right. I can't seem to fool anyone. Check out this pass.
Yeah. It's yours, is it?
Not exactly. Do you recognize the name?
Thomas Merlin? No, never heard of him.
See you later. Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
Are you sure Fitzgerald worked at the dig?
Oh, yes. It was him, all right. Would I tell a lie?
Well, he denies it.
I saw them together only last night.
I wish you'd told me that sooner. What were they doing?
Pegram gave Fitzy a box. He didn't look too happy about it.
I knew it. But how am I going to persuade him to part with it?
Break his fingers.
Nah, I couldn't do that.
I could.
Thanks for the offer, kid, but I'll try a more subtle approach.
Chinese burns?
Do you know where I could find Fitzgerald?
He's inside, but you won't get no sense out of him.
How come? Is he drunk?
He's like a frightened rabbit. A real bag of nerves. Why, the fella's scared of his own shadow.
What's Fitzgerald scared of?
Everything and everyone.
So I shouldn't have any trouble getting him to talk.
He's a pushover. But don't scare him too much. Try the soft touch. Butter him up a bit.
I heard that Pegram had found a legendary gem.
That's right. It's been the talk of Lochman all week.
You haven't seen the gem, have you?
Hell no. I reckon Pegram made off with it. If I was him, I'd go to Amsterdam, chop it up and sell it. He could be living the life of Riley instead of digging holes.
See you later, kid.
Okay.
Hello.
McGuire says he saw you working at the dig. What's more, he saw you talking with Pegram.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught. Just my luck. Grasped up by a delinquent and a dimwit.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about the gem.
But he's not here.
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he? So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what?
Ahoj,
You didn't have any qualms
Říká.
about your benefit scam.
Jo, byla jsem moc,
So
úplně
where's
to
the
říkal,
harm in
tak jsem to
taking a
nutla,
peek
kdyby něco
inside
chtěl.
Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
What did Pegram find at the castle?
The entrance
Jak
to
se
underground chamber
máš?
filled with earth and rubble. Pegram had us dig it out. We uncovered a secret room, a hidden chapel.
Did Pegram find the gem in the altar room?
I don't know.
Noční,
He made us leave and wouldn't tell us why. Half an hour later he came out. White as a sheet he was. He closed down the dig and locked up the castle, sent us all away.
From the sound of it, Pegram had discovered more than just the gem.
To je zvláštně.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
Man from Paris. Jack Marquet.
Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet.
Halo?
Give the package to me.
No, why should I? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem.
Oh no, on byl sražen.
Hey, I just seen a big red.
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some...
Oh, yes. And
Not me.
me.
Jak se ven?
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding me own business, when I saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill. Would you look at that, says I, and I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass. Well, the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed like a bloody pixie.
Skřetisko? Oh no.
Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
See you later.
Okay, Miss.
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand. The plastic cover had been smashed by the pixie's car, revealing a switch. It was impossible to...
Která mě evokuje Polu 4, ten nebyl věčně. To je pravda, no.
Hello? Coulard? J'écoute.
Nico?
Who is this?
It's me, George.
George!
Oh, hello, George. Where are you?
I'm in Ireland.
What's it like there?
Kind of sleepy. Comatose, even.
Did you get to talk to Picaram?
I haven't found him yet. I figured I'd call you first. Are you okay?
Oh, sure I am. Don't worry about me, George. Any signs of our friend the clown?
You're kidding. He probably never even heard of Lochmarn. Somehow, I felt strange. I was about to reach for a rash move like that in a... Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
May I have another?
Certainly, sir.
Yeah, please.
That's the secret. Each barrel is suspended and lowered into the like. I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh, well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my...
It just so happens I'm an electrician.
Tenejko má krásný francouzský přízvuk.
Well, no. Isn't that marvelous? Ha, here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer. And when you finish that, will you...
Oh, ne.
There was nothing physically wrong with the glass washer. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it must be the wiring. It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. I used all my knowledge of electrical engineering to examine the plug. Seemed fine to me. The man's arm lay across the towel, Hey! Hello there. What do you know about leprechauns, Doyle?
Leprechauns! Is it the little people you're talking about? Sure, and a cousin of mine was wed to one.
Oh, come on. Do you really expect me to believe that?
It's the truth, I'm telling you. She fell asleep on a fairy ring, see? When she woke
Já
up...
si jdu asi pro nějaké energetiák, mám docela chuť.
Tell me more about your cousin, the leprechaun.
Oh, no.
Well, young Mary was speechless, especially when the leprechaun up and spoke to her. Be my bride, me darling, says he, and she'll never want for riches again. Okay, says she, and he slips her in a daisy on her finger.
Amen.
So there you are, proof that the little people exist.
Well, that's
Dopouštím
no
se
proof. All you
kacířství
have is her word
největšího,
for it.
kterého jako streamer
Not
mohu.
so. The following spring, she had a little baby.
Při Medmonk tričku jdu pít, ty vole, energetiák. GG.
Did the leprechaun's promise come true?
What promise was that now?
That she'd never want for riches again.
Now, there's the strangest thing. She never did.
I thought you said she was claiming the social part.
Indeed, Mr.
Rebel!
But there's
Čau,
riches
Irom.
and riches. She told me, Pat, she says, that little darling boy is all the riches in the world to me.
Bye for... Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien.
Hello.
The boy told me Fitzgerald was driven away in the car that hit him.
McGuire is always spinning wild yarns. I don't know where he gets them from. Television, I expect, or comics. If I was you, I'd take what he says with a generous pinch of salt.
McGuire's tale about the car sounds quite plausible to me. He says the driver was dressed like a leprechaun.
That boy has a head full of
Jak tam
fluffy
ten děda
toys.
pořád kašle.
Goodbye for now.
On má kabel, stařík.
Hello again.
What? What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me buck.
Tak to je...
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one. When my little lover feels it round her slender
Spíš
neck,
divím, jak ten typek
she'll be
dokáže hrát
mine.
bez přestávky.
All mine.
If I was a woman, I wouldn't think much of a wire necklace.
It's not made for a woman. I've got my sights on tastier dishes than women. Flesh as smooth and tender as a maiden's. Bones as soft and white as a newborn babe's. Rabbit, lad. That's what gets my juices flowing.
Ah, so you're making snares to trap rabbits.
That's right. Do you have a problem with that?
Damn right I do. Isn't it painful?
Only if I get me fingers caught.
I'm talking about the rabbits. Do they feel much pain?
You bet.
What the fuck?
I'll see you later.
Oh.
I used all my... Seemed fine to me. There was nothing...
Well,
Well, what?
are you going to...
The plastic cover... It was impossible to... I took hold of the... The drain was covered with an iron grating. I tried to use the keys to lever up the grating, but that wasn't going to happen.
To fuck? Farmář hledá ženu.
Hi, you speak English?
Well, now, what if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice.
Okay.
Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
Do you think Pegram's disappearance is due to the curse?
Look at the facts. He dug up the gem. He disappeared. Bingo. It doesn't take a degree in mathematics to work that one out, does it? You don't have to be a smarty Pythagoras with a calculator.
I guess not.
Pegram has run off with the gem.
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and
Voilà.
racket. Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah, he knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot! How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
No, očividně ne.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh no, but he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Co, more? Ty vole, já
Aren't you
nevím,
going to
jestli bych
look for
něco
your nephew?
jedla,
What
nebo...
for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle, his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Sean. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous. I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay. The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland.
Ty vole, zajímavý přeložit Alenku jako Saxánu, ale dobrý, tyjo. A jo, možná s tou tečí na kanále by to mohlo jít. Když asi ne, asi spíš ne.
I pushed my fingers into the narrow crack. It went back several inches into the rock.
A se jako přeložit francouzský nářeč jako směs hanáčiny a krkonoštiny. Jako jo, no. Ty vole, fakt že jo, ty kokos.
I inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove.
Já jsem
It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step. I tugged at the lifting key and found it was held quite securely.
Ne, vylez na to.
I tugged at the lifting key.
Yes! O kurwa. Galantní koza. Tak kozel.
It was the fiercest, meanest-looking old goat I'd ever laid eyes upon.
Mám takový pocit, že mě nepustí.
The top of a ladder rose out of the squarely dug hole.
Čuva to. Čau, Mirko!
Hey, Billy! The animal fixed on me with an evil glare.
A tak z toho kozla mám trauma z původní verze hry. Jak to?
There was a cool intelligence. How you doing, boy? I felt as threatened as I'd been by the assassin and his goons in Paris.
Chápu. Tohle vypadá rozděsivé. Někam. No nic. Hoči, tudy cesta nepovede. Navrhuju jít opravit ledničku. Párkrát ještě nabere, je mrtvej. No proto tam nejdu.
Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Jak jsi vzal ten energeťák, tak jsem taky dostal chuť. Oh no. OK. O kurva, on to je.
Hello.
Hello there. Let me introduce you to my pals.
We've already met. I want you to know you have my sympathy.
Oh, it's just terrible, awful.
It's the worst news I heard all day.
It's top the bad news all right for this week and the next.
The whole year.
It's worse than that. It's a worse disaster than living memory.
Isn't it the biggest calamity in the history of the village?
I would say it's the biggest in the history of Ireland.
The most awesome disaster since mankind paddled out of the primal
Vítěz
fog.
měl už svůj oblíbený crazy wolf
There's
s kolou.
no
Ty
beer.
vole, s kolou?
Is a glass of beer more important than a man's life?
Were you talking to me?
To all of you. Sean Fitzgerald has met with God knows what, and all you can do is drink.
Sean has gone for a ride in a flash car, that's all. Why don't you calm down and join us?
What about Sean? Why aren't you out looking for him?
There's no point in launching an ill-equipped expedition to save the lad. In a life-or-death situation, preparation is essential. That's why I slipped in here.
For a point.
I gotta go.
Tady ten. Jo, tohle. Co to hraješ? O Broken Sword. Shadow of Templars.
The man's arm lay across the towel, preventing me from moving it.
Adventura, která pochází z roku 1996 na kompy. Na PlayStationy a takhle vyšla později a teďka minulý rok 2024 se právě dostala na Steam, no. Předělaná. Jo, hraju na Steamu, no. Nebo mám to po Steamu. Hraný. Ale to bylo teďka právě docela ve fajn slevě. Jako je to kravina, ale přijde mi ten spínač jako...
I tugged at the trapdoor, but it was locked from the inside.
Děcko nic neví?
Hey, Maguire.
What do you want to know?
Ta nic.
See you later, kid.
Okay, Miss.
No to bylo na Vánoce právě ve slevě, no. Takže jsem to dostala. Čau, čau, Blue. Chtěla bys těch pistací mohla užít.
Hello again.
What?
No, doufám, že bude koukat z tamté strany. Ty vole, ale...
I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses.
Jako bude to sračka, ale jinak se zkusit všechno se vším. Ten blučák je také sračka vzhledem k toho, že potřebuješ na celou hru.
There was nothing I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine.
Mě to nic
It was an
neřekne.
electrical plug attached to the glass washer.
Se na to podívám.
I used all my knowledge of electrical engineering to examine the
Třeba ten
plug.
kabel od toho dědy,
Seemed fine to me.
to bych mu musela něco právě dát na oplatku, předpokládám.
Almost as if he'd sensed my intent. The man's arm lay across the towel. As the man raised his...
Dej mu kapesník, třeba předejde jí má.
Hello again.
Co dělat? Vyměný obchod.
What?
Could you use this towel?
I could, but it wouldn't be much use for anything else.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire.
Chudák se ani nemůže napít, jak si kýchne, odjede mu sklenička a já mu ujebu kábel. Haha.
I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing to all the saints.
No!
Thanks to that man on the house. Now,
Půlku.
take a look at the ear pumps.
Well, I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
Ty pišťou. Wait. On má bezednou panákovku, to chci taky. No samozřejmě. Ani si toho nevšim.
What a dumb place to store a flashlight. A dark cellar. The only way I was gonna find anything down there was to feel around.
Zatáhni
My hand
tabáku.
closed. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen.
GG. Kamo. Jako moc mu to tady nefunguje.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Can I
Ručník.
borrow this towel?
Sure you can, on one condition.
What's that?
Vrátím ho.
You keep it away from old Ron.
Kde je
Who's
on?
Ron?
That's him in the corner. With the hygiene problem.
Aha. Aha.
Thanks.
Čau, Štefane. To se nebude fungovat, co? V pohodě, já bych taky nevěděla, co s tím mám dělat. No, taky nevím, pohodě. Někam spadnout do hajzu, do... propadliště dějin.
The plastic cover had been smashed by the pixie's car, revealing a switch.
No ale k čemu, že jo? Ty vole, loupání pistácií, to je... GG. Počkej. Co kdyby zkusila hodit ten ručník zelený, který vypadá jako jídlo tomu kozlovi? Je to kozel, ten hovnový. Tak ne. To bych nedělala. No. Dej mu buzučák. No, to nevím, jestli by dopadlo úplně dobře. Ale prý je na to achievement, zrovna ten bzučák jsem koukala. Že když jako každému ve hře, právě když ho potkáš, nebo samozřejmě i později, dáš bzučák, tak za to dostaneš achievement. Ono celkově pro nějaký věci tady právě jsou jako dostupný achievementy, no.
Hey, Maguire.
What do you want to know?
See you later.
Okay. Yes.
I lifted the trap door, and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor.
No!
Excuse me.
A nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
Nah.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed Maguire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
Oh no. Ty Vado to moc, ale tím pádem neřešil úplně jako ten pergament, co se ztratil asi. No jistě.
Then I noticed a flash of light. Something sparkling beneath the open trap door. It was Pilgrim's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. As I held it aloft, I realized the fascination it could command. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way. You're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
What the fuck?
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Okay.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari.
Tak, skvělý. Co krabice?
I searched the trash, but there was nothing useful there. It was a couple of...
Kalendář. Ahoj Manioku, jak se máš?
It was a calendar with a faded photograph of a prize-winning cart.
Děkuju.
MANIOK31 právě získal další
Karton.
Aktuální úroveň je 48.
Děkuji, jak se máš?
I looked among the cleaning materials, but saw nothing I could use. The faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water.
Dobrý, ale trošku zničeně, já jsem teď spal, dneska jsem se v 8 vrátil zpátky do Česka, takže to jsi měl napilno. No. Furt ale nemám... Furt nemám jak nakrmit toho kozla. Jsem byl na Silvestra v Itálii, to je hezký.
Excuse me?
A užil jsi to?
Yes, sir? I found your flashlight.
So I see. You'd better keep hold of that until you fix the pumps.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
Sure. What a beauty. I bet you wish that was real, don't you?
Thanks.
Já jsem ani neřešla tu chybu. Jo, že jakého jsem měla ty Silvestra spokojeného.
I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water.
No. Já jsem streamovala, tady hráli. Bylo to dobré.
The carton was damp and... The carton was damp and...
Mám mokrý ručník, že jo, teďka?
The towel was already as wet as it was going to...
Tak. Jak vůbec ta práce? Podařilo se ti něco najít, nebo?
No way.
No taky nevím, co bylo za myšlenku, jakoby. A přeji všechno dobrý do nového roku. I tobě.
Hello again.
On má zase ten kabel. Jaj, on jich má víc.
What?
Když pracuji, vozem léky a různé věci do nemocnic, z lékáren a domova důchodců.
I'll see
Tak
you
to jsem
later.
ráda, že se ti něco podařilo najít. Páka. Já přemýšlím, kam to jako strčit.
I searched the trash, but there was nothing useful there.
Nic jako takovýho asi nemám.
It was a couple of paper sacks filled with... It was the lever which locked the trap door.
Ty vole. Ještě jedna z věcí.
I took hold of the grating and pulled hard, but it didn't... I considered tying the towel to the grating, but it seemed...
Ještě můžu zkusit jako hojit ten ručník po tom kozlovi. Ale... se nemyslím, že k něčemu bude. Asi pokrčil rameny, co? Já jsem zrovna tady dolovala pistáciu. Yes.
The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post.
Ten vrchní je nějaký divnej. Nezdá se ti, jo? Šouves!
Gearček právě získal další úroveň.
Vypadá jak
Aktuální
kozel.
úroveň je
Ajo!
26 dní.
Ahoj, Gire, jak se máš? Ahoj. Já musím opravit ten výčep, ale...
Hello there.
Hrál ten Archon Quest, takže
Excuse me.
pohodka, co ty? Dobrý.
Yes, sir?
Snažím se tady dostat jako skrz... tohle no.
May I borrow this towel?
You can keep it.
Hey! Hello there again, mister.
What do you think of this towel?
Now, there's a fine piece of cloth if ever I did see one. Such craft must surely come from linen cupboards of the Vatican itself.
Yes.
I found it on the bar under your elbow.
I thought it looked familiar.
No. Díky. Celá klávesnice od...
Excuse me, Mr.
Od
O'Brien.
ořechu. Čau, Slay.
Hello there. What now?
Do you recognize this gem?
Ah, that's a beautiful stone. Is it the one which Pegram found?
And the reason why both he and Fitzgerald have disappeared.
Then it's only a matter of time before you vanish too.
No, já bych docela potřebovala, ale... Baterku mu
What do you
ukážu.
think of this flashlight?
It's not a very practical piece of equipment, is it?
It's not switched on.
I'm referring to the lack of a bracket. How would you be fixing that to your bicycle?
I don't have a bicycle.
Tak, dobrý. I hope so. Budu si muset odpojit klávesnice a tu pročistit taky. Kdo ví, co tam tentokrát najdu?
Goodbye for now.
Asi se budu vyměňovat. Tak, farmář.
What?
I gotta go.
Zkusím zavolat Niko. Něco k jídlu. To určitě vyhrabu, ale.
Hello?
Nico?
Who is this?
It's me, George. Are you okay?
Yes,
Well, take...
yeah. Any signs of our friend the clown?
Yeah, he turned up dressed as a pixie.
What? Did he see you?
He came back and talked to me.
Oh, you're crazy, George. The killer knows who you are.
Relax. It wasn't me he was after. It was Pegram's gem.
No, tak to jsme si moc nepokecali teda. Jo, a hostinský, ten už mi vlastně nic neřekne. Tak co? Máte nějaké nápady? Oda? Huh?
It was the barman. It was an electrical...
Mě už jako fakt právě jako nenapadá, co bych mohla udělat.
I looked at the plug I'd fixed and...
Nic, dáme na povědu. Nedostanu se dál. No, shit, Sherlock. Jsem sice uvnitř řadu, ale dál se nedostanu kvůli tomu malému steklému kozlovi. Třeba se nějak přechytračit. No to jsem chtěla s tím zeleným ručníkem. Ukázalo se, že borec je chytřejší než já. Děkuju za nápovědu, byla mi pěkně k hovnu. GG. Ale aspoň teda víme, že máme jít s největší pravděpodobností. Teďka se máme jít věnovat asi kozlovi. Hádám. Já myslím, kdo si uvaří něco k jídlu, tak to mějte, snad v blízké době stihnu stream. Uvidíš, měj se krásně, nech si chutnat. Udělej si něco dobrého a snad se tady potkáme dřív, než zase u tvého rýsapu. Bylo by to poměrně fajn. Jdem se věnovat kozlovi, já se dám jedenáctku, prosím. Raději kozla než plzničku, nebo? Jaké mají vlastně nejradši pivo? Já vás hejtit nebudu, můžete mi říct cokoliv. Ne, dostaneš přetržku. To se vidí, zase vidí na kozla. Plzeň. Plzeň úplně nevyhledávám, je na mě moc drahá. Se nedivím, to tak má více lidí.
No. The top of a ladder rose out of the
Ale
squarely
jsem
dug
desítkař,
hole.
protože si dám kozla medium nebo gambrinus excellent 11.
The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post. It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something.
What the fuck? Tam něco dělá.
It was the barman's flashlight. It was a large blue gem. The towel had dried out and was barely damp.
Tahle hádanka s kozlem je snad nejtěžší z celé hry. V původních hrách tam většině hráčů slezaly vlasy. Já se nedivím, no, asi, hala. Jako ona i ten nápověda, kterou vlastně ti jako hra nabízí, mi přijde poměrně jako hloupá? Nebo hloupá? Zbytečná. Jakože už, když už teda jako přiznáváš sám sobě, že jsi jako v koncích a tak se teda jako rozhodneš, že tady tohleto jako uděláš a tu nápovědu si jako dáš říct, nebo jako, že ji prostě použiješ, tak hra ti řekne jakože no, jakoby musíš ho přechytračit.
I held the towel.
Dobře, já děkuju. Ale... Jako můj původní plán byl, že když mám jako zelený ručník, takže bych ho teoreticky tím mohla odlákat. Že by se prostě někde jako hodil. Ten kozel by zatím šel, tím pádem jako byste si vy došli kam potřebovali a takhle. Oni ten nápovědu dávkují postupně a časem se konkretizuje, aby se hráč trošku ještě potrápil. To je skvělý.
The towel was soaked through with water.
Že by s ručníkem udělala kozly koridu. Ne, že by prostě, víš co, je to zelený, tak prostě ho nachytáš jako na tom, že to je zelený. To byl můj plán. Nasaď mu ten nos? To už jsem taky zkoušela. Já jsem fakt jako bezradná, musím říct. Fakt jako brutálně. Poražení koza nepotřebuje zvláštního, pouze správné načasování. To jsem si taky myslela. Jak to zatím baví, z pohledu experta na adventury, ty vado jsem strašně dlouho už nic nehrála, tyjo. Jako baví mě to. Když se tady se mnou lidi v chatu baví, tak je to lepší, než kdybych to hrála sama, nebo jakoby s vypnutou kamerou. Na hodně věcí jsem si zatím jako přišla, nebo dobádala jsem se, ale teďka tady mám situaci kozel a situace kozel mě poměrně jako no to vypadá, že samozřejmě by se dalo jako využít právě něco, jak on si tam jako logicky, jo. Prostě je přivázaný, tím pádem by se dalo něco dělat s tím jeho špagátem nebo prostě s tím přivázováním. Takže nejlíp, jako kdybys ho nějak natahal a on si samozřejmě zmenšil to svoje pole, ve kterým on může chodit. Což z toho, protože kozel mě povalí a já nejsem jako natolik rychlá, abych nebo z druhé strany to zkusím. To bylo nejlepší, abych ho prostě třeba tady chytnula, že jo? Oli! A mě porazí zase.
Hey, Billy. The goat responded with a cool and penetrating stare.
Ne. A ten jako kabel je tady strašně ukázaný, takže jako jde vidět, že se s tím něco má dělat, ale já ty vole absolutně jako netuším, co tady po mně chcou. Já už bych kozla dávno odstřelila. Kozel, nekozel. No tam stejně. Sorry, fakt jako netuším, co se... Já netuším, co se po mně chce. Nepřijde mi, že bych jako měla něco, čím bych ho teoreticky jako dokázala uzemnit, nebo mu snížit momentálně jako tu možnost toho jeho pohybu jako. A je mi jasný, že z největší pravděpodobností to úplně bude nějaká strašná, jako... strašná kravina.
The towel had dried out and was barely damp.
Já se reálně nepamatuju. Jo, tak bývá, jakože pokud na to přijdeš sám třeba, tak si to pamatuješ jako víc, že jo, že to seklo nebo něco takového.
It wasn't my nerves that stopped me jumping. The drain was covered.
Jsem back? Ty jsi byl pryč? Jo, jako vy jste až teďka zapojili tu... Jo. Zapojili tu televize.
It was a calendar with a faded photograph of a prize-winning carp. I looked among the cleaning materials, but it was a bunch of cleaning materials. I searched the trash, but there was nothing.
Zapojená byla, ale byla zmrzlá, tak jsme ji nechali hodinku ohřát, ale 14 jsem se přihlašila do aplikací, nastavila programy a tak. Jaj.
The carton was damp. It was an empty carton which had once contained caustic soda. The carton was damp and soggy. I tried to pull the lever, but it wouldn't move with the trap door open.
Já jsem přišerná v načasování, ty vado.
The plastic cover had been smashed.
Už po obědě, jo. To bych se taky zkoušela jako všechno. No nic, já se jdu aspoň na záchod. Tohle je peklo, ten kozal. Jsem úplně gr z toho, ty vado. Ale přišla jsem vyčuraná, takže nutný být vyčuraná i ve hře. GG. Kurňa. Kdybych mohla hodit, já nevím. Pampelišku. Fucking kozel.
It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something. The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post. The top of a ladder rose out of the squarely dug hole.
Frčím na hokej. Ahoj!
It was a
To musí být něco s tím prostě.
It was a rusted piece.
Ale ty nemáš... Ty nemáš jít tak, aby tě sežral. Hej, předtím, nedělej vůbec.
Hey, Billy. The goat responded.
Are you sure about that?
Nejde tenhle hodit někam, že by zatím běžela? Ne, to už mě taky napadlo. Ale mně se prostě zdá, že něco se dá dělat s tím pluhem, že jo? Čau Slaje. Nebo jsem se tím poměrně jako docela jistá. Že on jak tam jako dělá ty svoje pohyby tou... Tak to je vypadá, že by se docela dal jako... zamotat Mulan do toho pluhu. Yes, přesně. Jenže prostě já nevím... Nevím prostě, jak ho přitáhnout, že jo? Včera, jak jsme se to bavili o Black Mirror, tak jsem nevydržela, ale už ho dusím. Ojojojoj.
It was a rusted piece of iron.
Nevím, jak to prostě provést tak, aby... Nevím prostě jak to udělat, abys tam zamotal, fakt jako netuším. Jestli mi to zase dá ty vole nějakou jako skvělou nápovědu. Ano, dalo. Oh, já vím, že mám to hodit do pluhu. Ale jak? To byla zase nápověda za všechny prachy. A co prostě zběsile klikat? Tam je animace, že on tě nabere, takže to jako, to se ti bude pouštět prostě jenom dopředu, no, to jako není, tohle dopadne, když budeš dělat zběsilé klikání, který jako navrhuješ, no. Nic, prostě. Nejde na ten pluh kliknout, když ležíš. No to mi moc jako nepomůže. Jako myslím si osobně, že ho jako nestáhnu, když... Já ho ani jako nestáhnu, když padám. Z druhé strany se
It was a
nedostanu.
rusted piece of iron. Maybe part of a plow or something.
Čau, Tarsi. On jde vždycky tudma, jako já jsem za nějak po tomto, ale... Prostě on půjde takhle zpátky. Aby s ním pohnul. To prostě jako není to něco, co bys takhle jako jednoduše ochcal, no. To je to. A Sunma ti taky samozřejmě schodí, že jo? A co jí nalakat doprava a jít doleva? To je ale animace. A víc nalevo jít nejde, aniž by tě hitnul. No nejde, no. To je takový prostě jako... Jsi byla pod tím přístřežkem, ale s tím nic neuděláš, nebo jako nepřijde mi, že by si s tím něco udělal. Byla jsem tam, no, ale tam... On s tím nepohne, on se tam jako dostane fyzicky, ale nic tam neudělá. kdyby to mělo normálně obejít doleva a přitáhnout ten pluh k němu, tak by ho nenabral. Nemůžeš použít něco z inventáře, ne. Z inventáře už jsem zkoušela tak nějak jako všechno. Můžeš to prozradit? No, můžeš, no. A pak rychle použij pluh. Jak chci použít se jako... Co? Co to je za sračku?
The rope by which the goat was tethered had become tangled on the old plowshare.
To nedává žádný smysl. Zmátl kozla, když byl vpravo. Tož to mi nepřijde jako zmátnutí kozla, když byl vpravo.
No way was I going near that old goat.
Hej, ty vole, tohle je úplně stejný, jako když hrajete v Puldovi. V tom dílu, kde máte speciálně jeden pixel, kde máte kliknout kvůli žvíkačce. A úplně stejný je, když po slově smrti máte potom ještě druhou variantu, kdy hledáte klíček. Úplně prostě jedna z prvních věcí, kdy máte klíček hledat za rámem dveří. Jedna z prvních hádanek prostě. Kamo... Co? Jako tam... Jako fakt kliknu na ten jeden pixel u těch dveří, který tam byl. Mňam. Stejnej shit, ty kokos.
The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced.
Ok, to nevím, ale v jedničce se dali do prášky do pití v jednom okamžiku, kdy osoba měla animaci. To už taky raději nepamatuju.
As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Ty vole, obávám se, že nemám úplně sádru. Ale asi už mám. Ale to bude ten ručník s vodou, ne?
As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was.
Cox.
Plaster of Paris. I'd used it in kindergarten. I sprinkled the plaster.
Tahle hádanka s kozlem má dokonce vlastní stránku na Wikipedii. No. Proto nejradši adventury od LucasArts použij banán na Meteoro, aby se nehypnotizoval opici a získal monkey wrench na hydrant. Plot twist, teď jsem zmatený kozel, 100% jsem to já.
I held
Nechám úplně dripping wet.
the towel was already
Teď spěchám. Čau, Treku. Já jsem ještě přemýšlela, že bych se jako zahrála Matahari, ale k ní ani nevím, jak se ještě dostat. Ale taky jedna z těch jako velice dobrých her. Že se jako hodně doporučuje mezi adventurama. Ale hovno, nechci. Čau, Darta.
The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by the plaster. I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy.
Tohle random hádanky typu kozel jsou problém jenom proto, že je v téhle hře vždycky jedna a lidi na to nejsou zvyklí. Yes. No počkej, tu se zněla ale chvilku. Jsi měl strčit do toho.
The only object on the table which interested me was a small sack. The only object on the bench had probably been used by Pegram and his archaeological team.
No nic, tak to vezmu.
I eased the underneath. It had formed. The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Jo, takže zpátky do Francie.
So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
Tolko za nej potřeba udělat interakci během animace, což se v té hře jinak snad nikde nedělá.
I had to share the room with another guy.
No, to já si právě myslím, že bude ono, no, že prostě víš co, ty jsi zvyklý, že máš jako nějakou animaci a nejsi zvyklý, že v průběhu té animace něco uděláš. Kdyby to bylo normální, tak ti to možná napadne, ale když to je fakt jako jenom, jak píše Toka, jako jenom jednou, tak je to takové jako...
Pegram's gem?
The Templars gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet,
ahoj, Ondro.
He's in for disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
Kampaň na nového posla smrti startuje 9. ledna, kdybyste nevěděli. Let's go! Tak, mám sádru, tohle.
Let's take another.
Budeme řešit teďka něco s tím pentagramem. Kámen.
That's the gem that Pegram found in Loch Marne. That's the tripod.
No tak tím pádem teďka budeme řešit tu...
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
Sádra?
Look, Nico. A handful of plaster.
Hrál si The Goblins, taky měli 6. a 7. díl kampaně nedávno.
What's your problem, sister?
Nový posel? A to byl nějak navazovat na posledního. Ne. Ten právě posel, který má být, tak má být vlastně mnohem dřív před Samuelem a před Adrianem. Takže nemá to navazovat na posledního, chopili se toho Češi a jsem na to docela zvědavá. Má právě být nová kampaň a jak píše Ondra, tak 9. Ono se řešilo, že ono to původně chtěli odstartovat už na Vánoce, ale nedali to, hlavně z toho důvodu, nebo já si teda myslím, že jeden z důvodů bylo, že lidi prostě financovali jinde. Byly Vánoce, byl Silvestr, lidi chtěli být spolu a takhle, tak právě si myslím, že jako měli strach, že nikdo moc jako nepřispěje, ale právě chtějí to spustit po novém roku a nevědělo se kdy a teďka píše, že 9. no. Takže 9. bude startovat ten Kickstarter. Počkej, já možná...
Don't forget to look for Lobino at the Kron Museum.
Já vám to možná najdu. Vím, že Vortex o tom jako několik psal. Jo. Tak, vám to můžu ukázat rovnou. Ono se právě řešilo, má to být teda posel smrti pouto krve? Jo, 9. ledna 2025. A právě, že se řešilo, že postavy by to mělo mít 2. A rozhodli se právě vybrat nějakého dobového doktora, nebo detektiva, omlouvám se. A vybrali tady tuhletu podobiznu, no. A kdybyste si ten článek chtěli přečíst celý, tak tady máte případně link. To jsou takové věci, které já třeba fakt jako rozebírám na Discordu. A nebo potom teda tady tenhle jeden článek, kde se v tom taky více řeší. A je tady k tomu jako dáno víc, no. Možná to tady... Jo, nedávno se k němu připojil rovněž programátor Petr Svoboda, kterého proslavila herní série Polda. Takže bude na tom dělat Zdeněk Holub a teda Petr Svoboda. Nový člen týmu je Jan Fiala, který bude mít u posla smrti na starosti animace herních postav. A teda, já vím, že jsem ještě někde něco k tomu četla. Oni udělali i na Facebooku stránku. Kdybyste to chtěli, tak máte to tady. Jo, Hej, to bude skvělý. Bude Wormhill s kostelem a jeho podzemím. Jo, to jsou ty skici. Jasný. Klíč, duší. Oni dají do toho jo. Jo, to bylo, že si dával, jo, aha, to je hádanka. I see. Velmi se těším, já také, no. Jako já mám strašně ráda i tady tyhle ty Já mám strašně ráda i tady tyhle ty právě obrázky, když máte to, co jako bylo předtím, nebo to původní dílo, a pak tady tohleto, no, to vypadá skvěle. Budíš země lehká tady tomuhle speciálnímu útvaru lebky. Těším se. Těším se, no. Jako asi by to nemělo být za období teda Markuse a Mordreda, ale čekám teda, že bychom se k tomu někdy mohli nějak jako krásně přiblížit. Já se jako těším na Black Mirror v celé jeho kráse.
And why don't you see if Koso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out? Shopping, a trip to the laundromat?
Ale nemusíte mít když tak strach, já to mám v plánu jako fakt sledovat, ale jo, což mi teďka napadá i k Instagramu, já jsem momentálně řešila, že bych se chtěla jako tam začít věnovat i víc jako hernímu kontentu, než jenom cosplayům, protože ty cosplaye sice miluju, ale přece jenom stále by bylo fajn to víc i zaměřit na hraní, protože to je moje taková obrovská druhá část a teda vím tím jako spousty hodin denně a kdo ví kolik ještě pak jako dál. Ale přemýšlela jsem, no, co byste tam chtěli a hodně z vás mi psalo nějaký jako top hry za za ten měsíc, který jsem hrála, anebo takhle. A mám strach, že jako možná pro některý už i adventury docela umřely. Ale vidím, že ne, takže bych tam mohla klidně jako při nejhorší nebo při nejlepším dávat i nějaký věci ohledně tohoto. Ale kdybyste třeba měli fakt ještě nějaký nápad, který byste rádi ode mě viděli, protože fakt se chci do toho jako herního světa dostat do něco víc, než jsem teď, tak velice ráda si vyslechnu, pokud máte nějaký nápad. Bylo by to cool. Muž.
I beg your pardon. Are you André Lobeno?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No. I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional...
Co to je velice více?
Well,
Moc.
Okay. Shoot.
Ne, chtěla bych jako víc na tom zamakat. Je mi jasný, že nebudu takový velký formát jako třeba Indián nebo takhle, ale chtěla bych jako lidem nosit nějaké novinky. Co je to moc? Jakože mám teďka moc volného času, který můžu dát někde jinde, protože nemám filmy. Takže začala jsem, že otvořit ty malý reelsy, měla jsem tam nějaký na Indiana Jonese a na Misside, pak jsem vytvořila další 2, který byly speciálně na slevy. A chtěla bych jako těch videí případně dělat víc. Jo, ať už třeba nějaké easter eggy ve hrách, nebo to mi taky někdo doporučil, že bych mohla teda dělat easter eggy, nebo dělat jako nějaký topky, případně nějaký novinky, co se týče nějakého jako herního průmyslu. Je spoustu her, které jsou nedoceněný, od kterých se ani neví, že třeba vyšly. Jo, prostě udělat z toho takový trošičku víc herní, víc jako herní svět. No, nechci tam jako dávat jenom cosplay, ale chci to víc jako propojit i s tím gamingem. Tak se přeji k nám, jenom takový návrh. Já vůbec už nevím moc o Ondro, co dělat.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure, it was the most grisly
Když tak mi
spectacle
hodí
in
nějaký
Paris
klidně
until the
info na
revolution.
Discord.
A public toilet?
Podobných projektů je docela dost, zkuste spíš někomu přidat. No, já mám strach být jako na někom závislá, no, já hodně pracuji jako nárazově, no.
Framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn.
Lochmarn? That's where Pegram was digging.
Yeah.
That's right. He'd left the excavation before I arrived. Do you know Pegram well?
Jakože jenom začít napíš nějaký scénář nějakého videjku, někdo další to namluví, někdo další stříhá, tak. Protože dělat to v jednom je docela na palici, ano, a je docela na palici. Hej, ale zrovna jako tohle jsou takové věci, zrovna všechny 3, ve kterých bych se jako chtěla zlepšovat, víš. Proto jsem začala vlastně i si stříhat ty vlastní reelsy a všechno.
Pardon? Victims of what?
Nothing. Just thinking aloud.
Zatím musím spíš podle, co jsem dostala zpětně nějaké info, nějakou zpětnou vazbu, tak spíše nějak se jako zaměřit na na ten přednes, no, tak uvidíme.
Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
What can you tell me about Philippe le Bel?
He was responsible for the extermination of the Knights Templar.
I know that, but why was Philip so hot to get rid of them?
Mostly because he wanted to get his hands on their treasure. He had an enormous debt and a lifelong war with England to fund. The trouble was, the Templars were a highly respected holy order.
Já bych nějak musela víc jako sepsat tu svoji vizi, no, asi, kterou jako pro sebe do budoucna mám. Aby to dávalo nějaký smysl. Máš to na Discordu, koukala jsem, děkuju.
The Pope was Clement V, a Frenchman.
French, huh?
Handy for Philippe.
Fate had nothing to do with it. He was Philippe's puppet, planted to further his political ambitions. Philippe wanted the wealth of the Templars and used Clément to get it.
So what was Philippe's plan? What happened?
Sealed orders were sent out all over France, not to be opened until the appointed day. That day was Friday, July 13th. That's the origin of our superstition regarding that date. At dawn, throughout the whole of France, the Templars were arrested. It was the biggest bust in the history of the world.
What happened to the Templars after their arrest?
Philippe was out for blood, so he handed the Templars over to the Inquisition. Not surprisingly, they confessed to a sensational and sordid list of blasphemies.
Tak to by
Like
přiznal
what?
každej.
Oh, the sort of things you read about in the gutter press. Devil worship, lewd sexual practices, spitting on the Holy Cross, that kind of thing.
Well, that must have given their lawyers some headaches.
Well, not the accusations were true. This was not good publicity. Most of the charges were probably cooked up, but so were the Templars, literally. Hundreds of them were found guilty of heresy and flame grilled at the stake.
To úplně nehraje do karet asasinům.
Protesting their innocence.
Nebo spíš hraje, no, ale tak.
But surely Philippe had no proof of his charges against the Templars.
A man will admit anything under torture. The Inquisition fabricated some nonsensical demon called Baphomet, and then suggested to the victims that this was what they worshipped.
But they didn't have to agree.
The records show a Templar coming to trial with both feet burnt off. Fragments of flesh and charred bone falling from the stumps. What would you not admit to stop such torment?
So there was no truth at all in the Baphomet accusations?
Not a shred. Almost every victim described the idol differently.
No.
Baphomet never existed outside the sick minds of the Inquisitors.
Ona jsem viděla nějakého nešťastníka padnout na prdel.
So Philippe stole the Templars' riches, huh?
Oh no, they weren't stupid. The king's troops marched first on the temple in Paris, then to the Templar home port at La Rochelle. There was no trace of the treasure, and the fleet of the Knights Templar had set sail.
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much, only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. Maybe it was my imagination, but I noticed
Nah.
in his eye. Suddenly, this friendly historian had turned into the big bad wolf. Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie. Soldiers, diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez. How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families. They were required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Ty vole, se furt budu
Is it
ptát na
true the treasure of the
templáře.
Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Or, if it does, the truth has never been made public.
What do you mean by that?
The Templars have attained mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
This friend who has the manuscript?
The anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
I know it well. I'll drop by. Just as soon as I can.
Ty vole, je takovej susák.
You're welcome.
Takzvaně.
Hey, Nico.
Susák, lepák. Jako ta hudba je dobrá, no. Jenom co to, tak mě trošku to potom začalo štvát v té irský...
Have you found out any more about the Knights Templar?
Yes, I have. The guy responsible for their downfall was Philip IV, the King of France, otherwise known as Philippe le Bel.
I've heard of him.
Well, he is known to history as Philippe the Fair, but I doubt if the Templars called him that. I'm sure André will tell you all about him.
Už by o něm řekl.
Let's take an...
Jo.
I'll see you again soon.
Okay.
Jsem čekala, že mu jakože jí aspoň řekneme o tom Andrém. A ne, no, tak... Nic, jdem se teda poptat na policejní stanice.
Excuse me. What do you... Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Hello, Fumo, vítejte tady. Hello, co pak se dělali hezkého? Vítejte tady, my tady dneska hrajeme adventuru, která byla předělána z roku 1996, tak se když tak usaďte a můžete se podořit s námi do Francie. Hráli jsme Cyberpunk, jak to šlo? Čau Honzi, čau.
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic. In the avenue des Hérissons.
Hledáme Templáře.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
I'd like to report an assault.
Dobrý, já utíkám nakupovat, ale tak se stavím později ještě. Určitě.
I see. And where did this
Nakup něco dobrýho. Vem mi taky prosím nějaké ňamky.
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla,
and the other looked like a weasel.
Jo.
Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
Čoukomajsi.
What are you going to do about...
I'm going to bust them, monsieur. For years I have been hoping to pin something on that pair. Now's my chance. I'll show them. I'm the inspector.
Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for taking me seriously.
I'm only doing my duty, monsieur.
Jak se máte?
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his left cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
I know.
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume. Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
I know.
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Thank you, Moo. What now, monsieur?
Ever heard of a guy called Marquet? Jacques Marquet?
Marquet? I know the name well. He has a record for suspected blackmail, kidnapping, arson, and art theft.
An all-rounder, huh? How come he's on the loose?
His bravado is matched only by the courtroom skills of his attorney.
Have you heard of the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. But of course, monsieur, their fame is widespread throughout France. We haven't forgotten them, unlike the rest of Europe.
It was the King of France who persecuted them, though.
Indeed.
That shook his cool. Underneath his cultured facade, the man was real twitchy. You're obviously a great admirer of the Knights Templar.
They were men of great honor, monsieur. The flower of chivalry.
Not everyone would share your views, Inspector.
Not everyone shares my passion for Bartok.
But if the Templars were as honorable as...
That's enough. I do...
Have you heard of Professor Pegram, the archaeologist?
Stíháš čet? Jo,
The
stíhám.
second son of Lord Barclay Pegram.
I don't know.
Je tady poměrně
I only read about him in
klídek.
a magazine.
Ono, jak člověk hraje jako adventury, tak je spíš jako sám.
What has he done this time?
He made an important archaeological find in Ireland.
Tak se ten chat jako víceméně vleče, no, u takových her.
Do you know Pegram well?
I have connections with the family, but I wouldn't say I knew him at all.
Is his name really Molly?
Of course not. That was the nickname he was given at school. All his friends and acquaintances know him as Molly.
Ono jako k tomu asi není úplně co psát, no, ty hlavně... Nebo taky něco hrajem, no to samozřejmě taky možná, no.
Since they graduated from special school.
Ono hlavně jak prostě musíš poslouchat, co ti jako říkají ty postavy, abys věděl případně kam se dál vydat, tak hlavně jsi jako zabořenej do té hry, no. A nebo jen chillujeme a pozeráme. Ano, ano.
Why do you get so wound up about the Knights Templar? They've been dead for centuries. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. Maybe his ancestors were Templars. Whatever. I saw the anger flare in his eyes like a distant summer thunderstorm.
The Templars were the first true internationalists. 800 years on, and still the world is fragmented by nationalistic flag-waving fools. You will excuse me.
Nedivím se. Tak. Dobrý. Co teda? Yes. Máme sádru. Jen to rozvířit. Já se docela užívám ten klídek, musím říct. Jsem teďka měla pár takových rychlejších streamů. Asi kanál.
Excuse me, officer.
My tady před ním řešili kozla.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
Pár.
I could direct the traffic.
Tak se tu
The most
mějte.
dangerous
Ahoj.
east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun,
Pár no.
the
Nebo?
architecture, and the Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
Co ty a templáře?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312.
Rok ti přijde jako pár kratších streamů.
Within this very square.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur.
Možná.
I read it on that board over there.
I'll see you.
Oui.
Jdem do kanálu.
Hey, you. What do you think you are doing?
Nic.
Leave that camera
Když jsme tady
alone.
vlastně hráli takovou zase pořádnou adventuru, ty vado.
Sorry, no harm intended.
You stay away from that.
To už taky bude úplně brutálně dlouho.
In French, English, and German it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the
V
Templars
létě.
and
V létě. To jsme hráli v létě, ty vole.
In the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at the stake on an island in the Seine.
Ty jsi mě úplně rozhodil, ty vado, se musím podívat, co jsem hrála v létě. Jo, tu Agátu jsme vlastně hráli, tu Agátu Christie. A potom tam byl ten dodatek k tomu Poldovi. To ani nevím už, kdy to bylo, ty vado. Jo, to taky bylo v létě, no, nebo někdy tam. To DLCčko, ale to bylo tak strašně krátká. Možná Noir se dá brát, možná. Dá se říct, že posledně Two Falls, jinak Pain's Creek, Tell Me Why a jinak Hercules. Paro, nebo jak co je? Tyjo, Tell Me Why bych taky moc neřekla jako adventura. Tam to je furt takový... Sherlock, ty vole. Come on. Jo, Devil's Daughter. Jako zrovna, jako u Noára to můžeš posrat. U Sherlocka to víceméně se nedalo posrat. Hercules, ten se dal docela posrat. Pain's Creek se taky dalo posrat. Tam jsem to vlastně dělala i na ty achievementy, že oni tě jako vyhodí. A možná ještě, ne, já jsem chtěla ještě říct, že možná ten casting of Frank Stone, ale ten byl taky jako takový nic. A pak jsem jako 400 hru dal vlastně toho Sherlocka dalšího. Ten chapter 1. OK, takže ten jako 2024 nebyl tak mrtvej na ty adventury, jak jsem si původně myslela, že byl. Teda dřív, ale záznam je 31. července. No jasný, no. Tak ahoj, Blue, měj se krásně. Ahoj, Čmoude. Trvalo ti to dneska 4 hodiny přijít, to je docela rekord.
I didn't have time to sit around. A row of old I thought of all those firm buttocks of the young ladies, the flabby flesh of the old men.
Whoa, what the fuck?
So I went back to the young ladies.
Whoa! Hercule byl na začátku roku, záznamy z května. Dneska jsem koukala, že se dělal záznamy, viď?
Waiting in prayer for the judgment day. A knight's tomb, his effigy in marble lying in perpetual state.
Nebo včera možná. No, když to přerušila televize.
References engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess. Just think. There's a dead guy under there. I was surprised Philip Lebel had left this place alone. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. I wondered if this guy had died in combat. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well. A statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported.
That's true.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack. Per disciplinum meum lux videbis. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty optimistic, I guess.
Upřímně ani jsem nic jako takového nečekala, že se stane, ale well, stalo se.
I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. A huge stained glass window formed a magnificent centerpiece for its neighbors.
Okay. Já mám pocit, že momentálně tady přijdu na něco převratného. Možná tady pro takovýhle lokace, nebo mohli nechat klidně nějakou, ty vado...
There was no water to frolic about it, and the
Portování.
leaf mold that was collecting there just wasn't the same somehow. An architectural echo of the gallows that once used to stand here. A typically Parisian sidewalk cafe. Last time I visited one of those, it blew up. I decided I was happy enough right where I was.
Akceptuju, chápu. Tak.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
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 I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Okay. Mám sádru.
Do you know what this is?
Aha! You're American.
No jistě.
Nose candy. I read Hollywood Wives. I know all about it.
If you tried to sniff this stuff,
Hollywoodské manželky.
plaster of Paris.
It is. Thank heaven. For one awful moment, I thought I might actually have to arrest somebody. Alors, the paperwork. You have no idea.
Co diamant?
Look at this gem. What do you think?
Cut glass.
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go around waving a priceless gem under people's noses?
Yeah.
So either it's glass or I'm mad? I didn't like to think about that for too long. Take a look at this.
Ah, an electrician. My TV has been acting up. Could you fix it?
I doubt it. This isn't my ID.
Se zatím nepozastaví.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The pattern looks Middle Eastern.
Yes.
Beyond that, who knows?
Would you like to shake? I stopped myself barely in time. Electrocuting a cop would not have been smart. They'd rebuild the Bastille just so they could throw me in and throw away the key.
Okay. Tady.
What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Delightful. Would you like to see some of my used tissues?
Hell no.
Then please put yours away.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No. I am just having a little joke.
Dobře, tady tenhle ten policista se mi líbí.
Do you know what this is?
It's a sewer key.
Does it mean anything to you?
Do you belong to some obscure arm of the Masons?
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur.
Tak, herní nápověda. Kurník. Jo, super. No nic, tak já asi půjdu do hradu. Tím pádem zase zpátky, nebo do kaple. Nevím, jestli tady nebudu moc vůbec strčit. No, předpokládám, jako z té herní nápovědy, že to odkazovalo zde. Takže... bych taky zde poměrně šla. Drahokám a psocha. Nebo drahokám a hůl možná? Kurník. Já bych se klidně jako podívala i po ten kanál, nebo do toho kanálu, ale...
A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. The second stone knight in a row of 4 lay on the church floor. A stone knight lay on the... Biblical references engraved into... I guess. A knight there in the company of his fellows.
Sádra, určitě.
Per discipline. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow. Hoping for a... had been... A scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. The statue had a statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
Yeah, kapesníček asi úplně ne.
I didn't have time. A roll of old... I thought of all those firm... the flabby... That... Whoa!
Hmm.
No.
Nejde nějak odlákat, jakože borec tady sedí a měl by dělat svoji práci, nad kterou Sara?
Excuse me.
What do you...
See you
Vememe ho do hospitalu.
The old building managed to retain some of its original grandeur, but the modern additions look like a baseball cap on a statue of a medieval saint. I felt a little guilty as I tried the door, like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked.
Možná dobře.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer Clinic?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
Has Marquet been visited by a man in a clown costume?
Oh, no.
You haven't seen a man in disguise?
Well, there's Theodore the Bear. He comes every Thursday to entertain the children. Personally, I think he scares them half to death in that crummy old bear suit. If I was stuck on my back with tubes in every orifice, he's the last person I'd want to see.
Has Marquet had a visit from a pair of gangsters?
I should hope not. Can you describe them?
A thin guy who looks like a weasel and his friend, the gorilla.
Sounds as if they escaped from a zoo.
Yes.
I'm here to see Jacques Marquet.
Oh, yes. Are you related to our client, sir?
Borka tu na mě zkouší trik otázky, ale já budu upřímná.
No, I'm conducting a private investigation.
Then I can't help you.
So, do I get to...
That attitude will get you nowhere. My instructions were quite clear. No one gets to see Marquet. So unless you can prove you're a relative or a close acquaintance, you're wasting your time here.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
I'm looking for a guy named Jacques Marquet.
In which department does he work?
He doesn't. He's a patient.
I see. You do realize there are strict policies regarding visiting hours, don't you?
This is important. I have to talk to Marquet urgently.
We make no exceptions to the rules.
It's a matter of life and death.
The well-oiled running of this hospital is a matter of life and death. That's why we have rules.
I think I ought to warn you that Marquet is not what he seems.
Explain yourself.
He's in league with a bunch of guys who want to take over the world.
Nonsense. Besides, Marquet's employers have paid in advance for one of our most exclusive private rooms.
Could you tell me who Marquet's employers are?
Certainly not.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, sir, I do not.
Thanks for your help.
Takové to jako spíš za nic.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to have this cute habit when I was a kid.
Okay.
Keep it to yourself, Benoit. Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Tak.
See you later.
Right.
Asi nikam nepustí, co? What the fuck? Tak. Momentálně leží na krnelice. Ty vole.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see.
Huh?
He's on Ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's being transferred to... Oh, dear. He's on Ward J2. That's... Nurse Grendel's ward.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock, alarm calls. 6:10, bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
Oh, you mean she's been here a long time?
No, I mean there's not a man in this clinic who hasn't sprawled out on her.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2. And good luck.
Oh.
Thanks for your...
You're welcome.
jsou instrukce teda, zářný.
As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow.
No, kamo, co to je?
As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
The connector in the socket supplied electricity. Maybe the face of the unaccountably happy domestic had made me unduly... I mean, I knew it was only my imagination.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Měla jsi mu hodit do té mašiny něco, ne? No budu muset přemýšlet na to,
That's
co
what I thought
jo.
you said.
Že?
Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start
Zatím
whistling,
nemám
I'll
nic,
bust you in the
sádru,
teeth.
to by bylo zbytečný.
It's a deal.
Do you know a nurse called Grendel?
Sure I do.
Is she on duty today?
Yeah. End of the corridor, Ward J2.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had
Ale
Mr.
zatím
Shiny
jsem do
for
tadyhle
3
lokace
years
teprve
and
jako
never
vlezla, jo,
found
do té
one
chodby.
How come you got so attached to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Shiny. It's just that...
You think it's odd, don't you?
No,
I don't mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind my back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull through.
Whatever you've got with this metal mopfoot is probably a fine and noble thing.
It is? Say, it's not every day I meet someone as crazy as me.
Do you know where I'd find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the quarters?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
It must be a great comfort.
He is.
See you.
Yeah.
Když vlezete do špatných dveří, tak...
Hey now, you can't go in there.
How come?
I'm responsible for the contents of that cupboard.
To je pak jednoduchý. Nebo musí odjet, nebo no.
Oui, monsieur.
Is this Ward J2?
It is, but you're not supposed to be here. We have strict rules about visiting hours.
Can't you make an exception?
Ale ta zubní vrtačka je hrozně otravná.
You must speak to the doctor.
I can't wait that long. What if he snuffs it?
You can't talk like that here. This is a hospital. You will have to leave.
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good.
Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
You can tell me how my brother is, can't you?
Of course, monsieur. What is his name?
Jacques Marquet.
Let me see. He's satisfactory.
I was told he was dying.
Well, he is, but the doctor described his condition as satisfactory. That's quite an improvement on yesterday.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Thank you, nurse.
You may come back at visiting time, monsieur.
Thanks. When is that?
The second Tuesday of each month.
Tak. Fakt mají často návštěvy? Well, yes.
As I tug...
Not again! This is...
Já teďka ale ani dělat nic nemůžu.
I wasn't... It was a classic example of functionalism. I almost expected to see it. As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Čau, Danta.
Take that!
Dr. Stobart at your service. Maybe the face of the I mean, I knew it was only my...
Good afternoon, doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J2?
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, doctor.
Thank you, nurse. Well, who's first?
Monsieur Croquet in bed 2.
What's his problem?
He's been complaining of loss of consciousness. You'll need this, doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Hello, Doctor.
The nurse told me you keep losing consciousness.
That's right. I've had the problem as long as I remember. It's a real out-of-body experience.
Kamarádi.
Not so conclusive.
I see. How long does it last?
Just a fraction of a second, and then I recover.
I might not have been a doctor, but I was formulating a diagnosis all the same. This guy was nuts. I know exactly what you mean. It's known in the medical field as blinking.
Blinking.
Is it serious?
Of course it isn't serious. It's perfectly natural.
But just think, 2 seconds every minute. Why, that's almost half an hour every day. 2 weeks out of every year spent in total darkness.
I don't have time to listen to this baloney. Do you know what this piece of equipment is called?
No, I don't.
Which bed is Marquet in?
He's round the corner, in solitary.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but the men who brought him in were wearing masks and rubber gloves. Hey, you're a doctor. How come you don't know?
We doctors don't know everything.
Then how come you act like you do?
Has Marquet had any visitors?
Nah, neither have I. That's the worst thing about being in hospital. You feel like the rest of the world has abandoned you.
Well, you know how it is. Life goes on.
Thanks for those comforting words.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nah, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
One of your colleagues?
No, he really is a murderer.
I've never seen him before.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Nah, I haven't.
To je možná dobře. Mám sádru, hele.
Do you know what this is?
Is it self-raising flour?
No. Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor.
Have you heard of a guy called Merlin?
No, Doctor.
I thought about giving him an electric shock, but I just couldn't do that to a sick guy.
True.
Have you any idea what this is?
Please, take it away before I throw up.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Nah, I don't.
Well,
thanks, Doc.
On právě ti řekne, jeden, že to je třeba, že to je koks.
The graph showed a steady decline in his pulse rate and an increase in his blood pressure. It kind of shook me to see this guy's life reduced to a few jagged lines.
Could you take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
What's his problem?
He's delirious. He just now came out of theater. He's recovering from major surgery.
I'll have him up and about before you can say, Lazarus, get out of your bed and walk. Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
You better believe it. What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he? That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
What the fuck?
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, Doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've been here for 3 months.
Ty vole.
What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient young woman.
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job, isn't it? You've got to have discipline in a place like this.
Tak.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job.
Tak.
Do you know what this is?
It looks like plaster.
No.
How did you know that?
I'm a plasterer.
Aha.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor. Is this some kind of test?
Yep.
If it was, you would have failed.
Have you heard of a guy called Merlin?
No, Doctor.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really a nightclub man, Doctor. A game of whist and a glass of ginger wine is about my limit.
What the fuck? Help!
I thought about giving him an electric shock, but I just couldn't do that to a sick guy.
Ty vole. Viděli jste to?
Do you recognize the man in this
Kurník.
photograph?
No, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
Really? He's a dead ringer for my bank manager.
Ahoj, 26. Vášo. Kočku mám doma. Jestli jste o tom nevěděli. Jo. No, teď je to momentálně trošku taková feverka. Mňau a tak. Já nevím, co se chystá, ty vole. Aj. Dobrý.
Of course, Mr. Soames hasn't got a scar.
Horoleskyně.
From the Middle East.
Ona udělala hezký takovej kuk tady prostě.
Otherwise, it's just like him.
Remarkable. Have you any idea
Jak se
what
máš, Vášo, dneska?
No, Doctor. I wouldn't even like to guess.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Tak kočku nebo veverku máš doma? To tak jako obojemu.
I found it in a
To je takový jako dva v jednom. Dobře, to jsem ráda. Co ty, Mirko? Jak se máš dneska? My se ještě moc nepopovídali.
See you later. His temperature was normal, with little fluctuation either way.
Doctor?
What is it now, nurse?
Number 2 again. He won't tell me what he wants. He says he'll only talk to a man.
Do I have to? That guy's nuts.
Doctor, I'm surprised at you. There's no way to talk about our clients.
Okay, I'll see him. But I'm telling you, he's a hypochondriac. Hello again.
Hello. Tlak, vám si řím?
Do you know what this piece of equipment...
No.
Well,
Thanks, Doc.
Hello again.
Well,
Thanks, Doc.
Někdo veverku, někdo kočku, někdo kaktus pochodovi. Je tak.
what is...
It's for taking...
Is this...
No.
Does this...
It's beautiful.
Do you know Merlin?
No.
Does this...
The Club Alamut? I've never...
Would you like...
Well...
No, it's okay. I didn't really want to use it on her.
Do you recognize...
No.
Ty vole.
Do you
No, I don't.
Well, I've been carrying around for... My pocket's getting... Do you
Oh dear.
Who?
Monsieur Boissy, the comatose clown.
Does this...
I don't...
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir.
Mám se dobře, to začalo pršet, tak ráno bude ledovka a...
Doctor,
What is it?
you haven't taken my blood pressure.
Ráno bude ledovka, mám strach cesty k doktorovi, jak se máš ty? Jo, dobrý, do pručky.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this. I'll come back later.
Mám se fajn? Moc přemýšlení.
Oh, Doc.
What now?
You didn't.
Kámo, když jsem ti změřila tlak.
Okay, let's...
You don't have the...
I'll come back when you've recovered. Hi.
Ty vole, o co, že já vylezu a zase borec přijde.
You haven't finished. I'll keep quiet, will you?
I have to see Jacques.
How come he get... It's because he's...
It's not... I'll come back when you've dealt... Hi, it's me again. I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. See you later. Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you want the...
Device?
Yeah.
No.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Myslíte, že můžu nakopat do řiti?
Will you keep... Hi. I'm going to...
Why?
I'm a... See you later. His temperature was normal, with little... The poor guy's temperature had been up and down. No wonder he looked so sick. Hello again. Do you know what this...
No.
Well, goodbye.
Thanks, Doc.
Já to jdu ještě zkusit, ale myslím si, že stejně bude... nezměřil jste mi tlak. Vy hovado. Vraťte se.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients. Hi, it's me again.
Ale takhle mu ho nemůžu změřit.
See you later. There was no way I could improve on the sculpture with the janitor watching me.
Jo, tak tomu už to nebudu asi toto.
Hello.
Oh, hi. No whistling, right?
Right. What's the problem with Nurse Grendel?
She's uptight and twisted on account of a broken heart.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought she was just plain bad-tempered.
That also. By the way, sir, I wouldn't stand too close to Mr. Shiny's grease valve. If he has an emission, it'll take the shine clean off your shoes. Say, nice sneakers.
Thanks. Who broke the nurse's heart? Was it you?
Oh, no. Talk to a woman, I wouldn't know where to start. My analyst says I'm socially inept.
Some analyst? Weren't you offended?
Not me. It's a comfort to have it made official.
You shouldn't take any notice of him. Everyone shines in their own way.
Yeah, I shine flaws.
See you later.
Yeah.
Zvěř mu ten tlak kolem krku. Ten by se ho nezasloužil jen kolem krku.
Excuse me, sir.
You must be the new boy.
Yeah, I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bernie, come here, boy. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Do your own babysitting, Gramps. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
I am Felix Hagenmeyer.
And may I say what an honor it is to meet you in person, sir. You are on my medical wall of fame. Right up there with Pasteur and Leary. I look on it as a privilege, no, an honor, to look after your nephew, sir.
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
So long, Hagen.
Tak jo. Takže už někdo bude měřit nový tlak? Já ne.
Thank you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Hey, Benoit.
There's no need to shout. What do you want?
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want to...
Well, keep it safe until I...
You haven't finished taking...
Will you keep quiet?
Hey, Benoit.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready with that pressure gauge?
Primed and ready to pump, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
Hey, Benoit.
Yes.
Do you still have that...
Oh, yeah.
You...
Okay.
I'm Doc...
Bonjour.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, Doc. Right behind this here door.
Marquet is...
I wouldn't go... He has anthrax.
Huh?
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine. I have to check he's still breathing.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of godlike aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks. Have you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No, this was a tatty old bear.
How's the bear acting suspiciously?
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the law?
No, but it's pretty weird for a bear.
Don't you think it's possible that the bear was a man in disguise?
Well, obviously, I'm not completely stupid. But who would go to the bother of disguising himself as a bear? It's not as if he'd blend in with the surroundings. I checked with base to see if any bears had been reported missing from the zoo or a traveling circus. They told me to sit tight until reinforcements arrive. I guess they're right. I'd be stupid to tackle a bear single-handed.
Catch you later.
Au revoir. If you see... Rather you than...
Marquet?
Yes, I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get it over with.
Huh?
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lahmar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the
To se byli hašašní a templáři, no.
I never inhaled.
Fakt.
You were sent.
Já se z toho nevymotám, od těch hašašínů.
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster. Quickly. Tell him that I have found the tripod. Right here in Paris.
What, you have it?
Not yet. But
Hašašíní, yes!
care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know them?
We've met. What about the Hashashin?
He's more likely to have followed Klausner. He'll stop at nothing to prevent the reforging of the sword.
And that's bad, is it?
As for Klausner,
Ty vole, já pojedu do Sýrie.
he's gone off to Syria on a wild goose chase.
They have geese in Syria?
He has a theory about the location of the...
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that.
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
A Siri už máme taky hotovou, what the fuck? Siri otevřela Discord, že se přečtu, jaké místo chybí.
I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
To nebyl doktor. To byl nějaký hašaší.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr.
Braille working here?
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
Utekl oknem. No!
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man? Was it Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window.
No! Fucking hashashini.
Have you ever heard of the Hashiashin?
To je hrozný,
Marquet
ty
said
vole.
that they were his biggest
Hashiashin.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil.
Jako slovo hashashin jako zní mnohem líp v češtině než hajšajšin, nebo co to bylo.
Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless
Hashish-in. Já spíš raději hashish out.
I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one? Bosso or Saj?
I'll let you work it out.
A jo, takže já se půjdem za Andrejem. Ať si nám ukrást ten tripod.
You have left it very late, monsieur.
Late for what?
Anything? I am closing the museum soon. You wouldn't like to get locked in.
Why not?
It is haunted, monsieur.
You don't believe in ghosts, surely.
Oh, yes, I do. 7 years ago, a lad managed to hide.
Ahoj, Jirko.
It made a bet with his friends, I suppose. When I found him in the morning, he was cold as ice and stiff as a board.
Well, what was the cause of death?
They said it was a brain tumor. But on his face was a look of stark, desperate terror such as I have never seen before.
Scary. Forget it.
The rod turns.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, monsieur.
Jo.
Hey, Guido! Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that
To je ta
flask.
hezčí verze, prosím. Ano!
Hold
What's the big idea, you dumb?
the mummy! It's come
Je
along!
normálně k dostání už na Steamu.
If that's the mommy, I'm glad I'm an orphan.
Já potřebuju ty vole nejlíp jako, aby sami pracovali na tom. Ne. Já to hraju právě poprvé, no. Spíš se tak nějak jako... No.
You have left it very late, Miss. Late for any. You wouldn't.
Kocháš se
Why not?
Francii?
Is on tape?
No, trošičku.
Forget it.
The rod.
Osobně se mi víc líbila, když jsem tam byla, než takhle. Koukám.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Jsem dneska viděla, jak tam někdo hodil
Already,
trošku.
there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Monsieur.
Ten totem by se dal shodit, když tak na něho koukám. Ten Guido
Hey,
má
Guido!
úsměv.
Look at this!
No nevím, hala.
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the? Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
What the fuck? Burka nějaká Catwoman, nebo co?
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor George.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean... it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod. Aren't you going to try putting the gem on the tripod?
I guess so.
Už možná chápu tu narážku na, že by ho mohla prodat.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
Moje nyní, joink.
Maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
Oh, by the way, I had a visit from André Lobineau.
Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so.
Jo, takže počkej.
Let's take another...
Já jsem udělala ten pergamen.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod.
Jako poslední místo, který jsme ještě...
Already?
Time and...
Okay, I'll see you later.
neprozkoumali úplně, tak je ten temple, no. Tam jsem neměla úplně co zrovna dělat. Ale teďka mám ten tripod, takže teoreticky by se něco mohlo dít. Tak. Já ale zkusím první do muzea. Jestli tady něco bude novýho. Kromě toho, že tam vykradli. Hlídače se tam.
We miss you. Oh, you're not going to try to hide in that closet again?
Oh, okay, ví o tom.
I hear your tripod was stolen.
Nothing travels faster than bad news. It is true. It happened last night. I always said that alarm was no good.
Říkal, že je sofistikovaný.
Thanks.
Já to zkusím.
Pardon me.
Je to sračka, ale zkusím to.
Do you recognize...
It is very...
I should think it is.
Very similar to the one which we used to have here at the museum. In fact,
that's what I thought.
But this is obviously a poor copy.
Right.
Jo.
Thanks.
Je to kopie, kdybyste nevěděli.
Hi, André.
Tak, jdem se poptat, jestli ví
Hello, Georgie.
o nějakém
What's with the
tom,
long face? Haven't you heard? The tripod was stolen.
No kidding.
I just don't get it. So many other treasures, and the thieves choose the tripod.
A modern-day alchemist, perhaps?
Who knows? There's no shortage of crazies in Paris. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yes.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes, it was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes, they gave a new word to our language, assassini, the assassins.
How did the assassins get their name?
From the legend surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
Okay, to je docela zajímavý.
How did the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die.
Nebo zajímavá interpretace toho celého.
In the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
A víc?
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, oui, pilgrims in their thousands on their way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever
to
since
vím, že
Joshua
jo.
made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ.
Líbí
at
se
one
mi,
time.
že to fakt
The
jako
only thing I
vysvětluje
can be sure
úplně
of is the
všechno.
knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of a De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
No, they're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They're probably long dead.
Do you think the manuscript could be the map to the Templar treasure?
Frankly, no. That's too far-fetched. The manuscript is interesting enough and a rare find, but that's all.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be terrific if it was a map, though? The treasure of the Knights Templar.
A romantic notion, Georgie, but extremely improbable.
Ukážu mu to taky.
Oh, Andre?
Oui?
What would you say if I told you I knew who'd taken the tripod?
I'd call the police and have them arrested.
That's what I thought.
Who was it?
Oh, I don't know, really. It was just a hypothetical question.
That's too bad. If I could get my hands on the thief, I'd wring his neck.
Oh no!
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
OK, tady už teda asi nic nevyčuchám. Takže vidím to tak, že moje další kroky budou teda směřovat k tomu do kostela zase. Yeah. Jongleur, turista. Okay.
I had no desire to talk to the crowd. There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that?
Blink. Mně se fakt líbí, že jim nechali i takový kraviny jako sluchátka, jo. Že fakt je to... Je to krásný.
The juggler was good. Why? Maybe he just liked dressing up like a horse's ass. The juggler was good. Why he couldn't put that kind of application into getting a real job, I had no idea. Maybe he just liked dressing up like a horse's ass.
Můžu se s ním nějak pokecat? Jakože stojí mi u kanálu.
Hey, you with the ball.
Oui?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated for a juggler.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Můžu to
How did
zkusit?
you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No, I am a jongleur.
A juggler? What's that?
Já se musím přiznat, že jak se říká, že francouzština je romantický jazyk, mně přijde, že fakt jako francouzština je jako kdyby se někdo normálně dusil prostě něčím v krku a je úplně na vás, co si tam jako dosadíte do toho krku. Jestli to bude lízátko, jestli to prostě bude vařecha, jestli to prostě bude věc prostě zmrzlina, jestli to bude pindour, je to úplně fuk, ale vždycky tam je... Nemám prostě ráda francouzštinu. Fakt
That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Vařecha? Co máš proti
I
vařeše?
had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be?
Pojď. Tak ne.
A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult. Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Jak se mu jinak říká? Vařecha ne?
Not so easy
To máte i vy?
No, I guess not.
Nebo? Do řečí.
Catch you later.
Francouzština je sexy, když mluví francouzská, ale i tak, ale to je i slovenština, když mluví slovenka. Já nemůžu vystat jako fakt francouzštinu, ale ani když jsem tam byla.
Hello again,
Vařečka.
Hello again.
Vařecha, ano. To je vařecha, to není vařečka, to je vařecha.
Of the juggler.
Ah, he is excellent, most watchable.
But he's blocking the thoroughfare and obstructing traffic.
So, he is amusing. The traffic isn't. If he wants to block it, who am I to say no?
You're a cop.
Ah, oui.
Okurek, okurka, párek, párka, yes.
So, you're not gonna do anything about this guy?
No.
He probably doesn't even have a license.
Ah, a license. This I had not considered.
So, what are you gonna do?
The instant I return to the station, I shall check.
Return to the station? Why not just ask him?
And spoil his concentration.
Člověk kokot. Yes.
Ah, you are a clown.
100%.
Do I look like a clown?
Oh.
No. Although you juggle like one. Now, if I'd known you were a clown, it would have been amusing. And not a humiliation for you.
What do you mean?
Who ever heard of a plain-clothes clown?
He had a point. So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be the king of comedy. But if I juggle badly without it...
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur. You have it.
I'll see... Hi again.
Oui? What is it this time?
Look.
Oh, you say, whoop-de-doo.
Hi again.
Oui?
I'd like to have another try at juggling.
You have gone on a...
No. I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
If you insist on completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay, now for my secret weapon. The juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls.
Kolik si dá ten film, dal jsem vždycky na 19:30, ale klidně to posunul na 8.
Hey, you forgot one of your balls. Hey! But he didn't hear.
Mamíčak!
Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
Tam nechal ten Sauvignon. Woohoo! Protože na mě koukaj, jak lezu do kanálu. Bye! Oh, wait, co to... Jo, to je klika, no tak dobrý.
What's a guy supposed to do with a sewer? Don't answer that. The recent showers had made the levels rise a little, but at least the place didn't smell so much. The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. Close up, I could see a faded inscription. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words I understood seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." Maybe. Close up, I could see a faded
Vařečka je
inscription.
vařečka, jak kolo je kolo a ne bicykl.
But the few words I understood seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." On the boat was a winching machine.
A může jako dál do katakomb, jo.
Okay, it's long jump time. Here goes. Do I look crazy or something?
Okay.
The inscription was undecipherable. The plaster had cracked and was falling away. I wondered why. Hey, that's hollow. It was time for some brutal destruction.
Dobře, typla. What the fuck?
Close up, I could see the plaster was thinner where I'd broken through, and behind it were some cogs and a lever.
Takže tohle a mechanismus? Ne.
Here goes. Hey, cool.
Kdy se nic nestalo?
I'd pulled the lever right over. Inside the hole, I could see one of the cogs had come loose and jammed the mechanism solid.
Ooh.
It would take a blacksmith or an engineer to do anything with that.
In the beginning was the end.
An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness.
To je ten doktor! A to je ten z toho hotelu!
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have successfully promoted a sense of betrayal in the upper echelons. They feel that the politicians have cut...
Rozsvícení. Ilumináti, to nejsou ilumináti, to jsou templáři.
Mademoiselle?
Governments are giving the corporations more respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is accelerating this trend the world over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower. We have inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions that cannot be completed or revoked without appearing foolish.
Kdyby mám možnost, tak se taky hrdě hlásím k templářům.
Our time is now.
Excellent. The tired old governments are dying a slow death.
Si myslím, že možnost není, no. Ale to je právě to, kdyby byla možnost.
The millennium is almost upon us, and everything is in place for the rise of our new order. Almost. Professor, where is the broken
Dobrý den, kde se můžu stát agentem antikultu?
As we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say, our predecessors,
Hold on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet's location. I have a small army of historians and archaeologists ferreting out that trail.
I trust these historians and archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed. And don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you?
Jo, ten Khan ještě bude dobrá postava, ne? Se z něho ještě vyklube.
Attempted to destroy the order. We lost the sword and our power with it. Now we have the opportunity to reforge it. But time is short. We need results.
Tohle vypadá víc jako temněji.
Not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword, manuscript or no. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Jo, to bude ta trojnožka, ne?
Well, we're not exactly sure. But I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others, Eklund. At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Yes.
Gay was a liability. Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he
Syria,
arrived,
no.
but after that,
Takže pojedeme do té Syrie.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
Ekund? Okay.
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition. The new millennium will belong to us.
Ty jsi hrál všechny ty Broken Swordy.
It will be
Nic
to become
neskrývejte, tak tu pošetilci budou hledat zbyky. Jak je to bude se taková loděnka? Jen která? Nevíš, jestli se chystají i další na předělávku? Nebo navazují pak případně nějak na sebe? Jak ťapka. Vím, že první půlku dělá původní studio a to nové někdo úplně jiný.
There was a large circle marked out on the
Tak se
floor
pak
with a
schválně
stump
podívám,
in the
jako
middle.
já jsem právě o tady
Around the
téhle
circle, I could see
adventuře
words
vůbec
inlaid into the
nevěděla,
stone.
spíš já jsem si nějakou dobu jako hledala nějaký adventury, protože jsem tady odehrál třeba posla, nebo takovýhle věci. A právě bych jako docela ocenila i nějakou novou.
The light falling from above struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays, and each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the seal, I could read M-A-R-I-B. Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant.
Revolution Software původní, remaster dělají Red Art Games.
Nico, I've seen them.
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all these?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them. The assassin killed him for the manuscript, to stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how do they hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria, but they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone
chystáme remaster druhého dílu, ten je z roku 2010. To mi když tak dej potom vidět třeba na Instagram, nebo klidně tady, jaký to je.
Split the beam and lit the letters.
To je docela zajímalo. Doporučím Warcraft Adventures, Lord of the Clans, obnoveno, je to původní verze z 97, ale nikdy ji nevydali, fanoušci zachránili, ale sami opravili do moderní podoby, kdy Binz byl nahrazen full motion videem.
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay, what about the tripod?
I'll send it back to André.
Přemýšlím, jestli není ten, počkej. Škoda, měl jsem celou hru jako film, během překladu mi umřel disk, včetně několika dalších filmů, tak to je docela škoda, no. Přemýšlím, jestli není ten meč Baphometa s tím držátkem ve tvaru mužského falafelu. Myslím, že ne.
Labino explained who the Hashashin were.
Yeah?
The cult of the assassins.
Oh, boy!
No, to je asi všechno, no.
Do you think I should go to Marie?
Pak tu máme ještě
Kelly, there's a
5.
long way,
díl,
George.
ten je taky kreslený a v podobném stylu jako první 2, na ten se taky ještě chystám. Ono je škoda, že moc jako těch adventur není, no. Nebo takhle, není. Já, jako jo, říkám, hrála jsem tady teďka toho poldu, nebo celkově poldu mám jako odehranýho. Potom mám odehranýho, kromě poldy, tu Siberku, celou, že jo, Black Mirror celý, Nibiru, taky docela, nebo profláklá ta adventura česká. Ve stínu Havrana. Takže moc jich není, no. Si odskočím.
Hi there.
Teda už tady taky sedím docela dlouho.
Bonjour.
No,
Ah, Monsieur Hardy, no?
Stobart. George
To se mi
Stobart.
říká to. Jaj. Tak, jsem back. Pak mám ještě jo, Siberii jsem hrál první 2, pak jsem 3 vynechal, dostal doporučení na 4, to mám teď rozehnou a zatím super. Za mě 3 byl strašný propadák. Já nevím, co oni tam vařili, ale neuvařili to úplně dobře. Ale mám ji odehranou taky, no. Ale fakt to byla poměrně nuda. Tohle jsem tam interaktivních filmů, nebo hry, co se klikají, ne přímo adventury. Jo, Erika, hej, já jsem něco... Erika, to bude asi přímo ten interaktivní film, ten jsem hrála. Super Sedusra taky, galerii ne. Tyvado, Erika Reed, něco od nich, něco tam jsem hrála, ale já jsem tam dostala bug a už jsem, nikdy mi to nešlo. Five Nights with Poet, to mi nic neříká, 5 Dates, to mám odehraný, případně i 10 Dates, teďka nedávno vydaný, 10 Dates byl taky super. Check Orlando mi nic neříká, Nightbook mám odehraný, Press X to not to die to nemám, She Sees Red odehráno, Tell Me Why odehráno, 12 minut odehráno, Lego mě moc nebere, As Dusk Falls to mám taky odehráno, Dark Pictures taky, všechny 4, Henry Stickman, to jsme zkoušeli, myslím, Couly, jasný, Simulacra, jo, koukám, že i ten Dates tam máš. 1, 2, 3. Za mě 1 Simulacra byla asi nejlepší. Until Dawn odehranej, Telltale taky. Darkstorm neznám. Her Story, to znám. Route 96 odehráno, Stonelight odehráno, co nic neříká. Bunker ten mám v plánu, koukám tady toho Warcraft. 3 minuty to Midnight, to mi nějaké co říká. Bloodshare, jasný, Doctor Who to nic. Late Shift, Robot, Stray Gods, The Complex. Ano, Complex mám taky odehranej. A potom jsou ještě, já nevím, ten jsem tam asi viděla, že? Ten Late Shift, jo. Ten jsem tam viděla. Ale ono celkově tady tyhle těch her, počkej, já ještě tady nějaký mám... I Saw Black Cloud, to nevím, jestli znáš, ale taky to je klikačka. Počkej. Jo, mi se to seklo. Tak. Tady tohleto. Není to teda s českým dubbingem, ale taky to je docela zajímavý. Taky klikačka. Pak Prest. Toto nevím, jestli má češtinu, ale to je i docela to můžu ukázat. Tohle je právě i s detektivníma prvkama. To bylo taky skvělý. Oni toho mají víc, no. Tady je potom ten Dates. Gallery, to jsem tam myslím, že viděla u tebe. Já jich mám od nich právě víc, od těch Walesů, no. Ten Late Shift, to jsme hráli, to jsem říkala. Teďka dostali ten novej, tady tenhle ten hotel, ten mám taky odehranej, ale ten moc extra jako nebyl. Byl hodně takový zvláštní, ale ten jsem teda, odehrála jsem to, ale že bych si to nějak užila, to se říct jako nedalo, no. To jsem dělala já jen pro video. Press X reaguje, ať nezhebneš. OK. Ten Bloodshore, ten jsem ještě nehrála, ale koukám, že ho taky mám. Čase titulky. Oni toho mají hodně, no. Zrovna bych titulky spíš ocenila tady k tomu Markusovi, upřímně. Bloodshore je ostrov streamerů, překlad jsem vzdal, neber háčky čárky. Chápu. Přeložil jsem Blackfire. OK. OK, na to bych když tak potom koukla. Aha, to si potom platu s jiným mečem, starý s tímhle. To mě děsí, já mám strach, co tam bude. Já mám strach. Mám strach, co na mě vykoukne. Ty ale překládání her, jako pěkný, no. Hodně pěkný. Se jako věnuješ takhle překladu normálně, nebo jako jenom občasně?
Sergeant Moo? Sergeant Moo? You haven't heard what? Has something happened to him? Moo is dead.
Počkej, co?
You're kidding. No, monsieur. That's... How? Why?
The death of a policeman never comes as a surprise, but always as a shock.
But Sergeant Moo? He was so...
I know. He was as flexible as a riot baton. Yet his heart was as warm as a freshly extracted urine sample.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, Bob.
Mám přeloženou španělštinu v Resident Evil 4 v původní verzi a měl jsem i přeloženou svahilštinu pro Resident Evil 5, ale to se nedokončilo. Upřímně Resident Evil 5 je bolestná. Tak bych to nazvala. Mě se zase droplo. Já jsem jenom slyšela takovej ten zvuk toho Windowsu a no. Runtime library. Memory in use. No tak co nadělám prostě, že jo. UGH. No droplo mi to. A jo, už je to dala. Teď jsem mi sekl celý tady toto. Chyba u cloudů. Aha. Čopájo. Jo. Hej, tahle ta hra má skvělou schopnost, že vždycky, když já ji nastartuju, tak normálně mi úplně zpomalí webku. Mazec. Budu konsolovat, má i CZ dubbing od No, on ten Phoenix jako, no. To UGH bylo na Resident Evil 5.
Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglais? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes, si, and indeed oui, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my grand emporium of quality merchandise.
Ten je byl skvělej.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar. Templar. Huh? Templar. Why, yes, of course.
It does?
Yes. A splendid series of books by Mr. Leslie Chatteris, featuring the roguish Mr. Simon Templar.
Great. That's a real help, Nijo. Anything else?
The Saint television program, featuring Mr. Roger Moore of the quizzical eyebrow, and a stick man with a halo. Bing!
Okay.
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore.
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. Bing! He was better animated.
So I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you.
Well, there was the Order of Knights who were wiped out in an Inquisition in 1312, I suppose.
That's them. What else do you know?
Just how much information do you think there is on a Trivial Pursuit card?
A what?
From the medieval edition. We had it on the stand a couple of years ago. Ask me what a future is. Go on. I know all this stuff.
Never mind. Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives, including their own, for insensate pride. How anyone can find them romantic...
Tady vlastně možná mohl být už někde ten Alamut, ne?
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though stand does not begin to do it justice. The finest in this bustling metropolis.
This is a bustling metropolis?
Well, not per se, no.
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I learned from tapes that my uncle procured.
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wooster. Gussie, Fink, Nottle, Aunt Agatha. What ho?
To mi spíš znělo jak nějaký péčko, ale dobře.
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any Syrian pounds?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive for you, sir.
So long, Nijo.
Poodle pip.
Jdeš, počkej.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello.
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little. That pattern seems very familiar, though.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir. I'm glad to say. Cold eyes.
See you around, Nijo.
Hot off.
Ah, bad-tempered as well as ugly. There were some great bargains on the shelf, providing you ran a junk museum. The rifle looked dangerous to the user.
Koukám, že ty ponožky mu opravdu věrně nechali. Posouvá se to. Yes.
Hello. I was wondering whether you could help me.
Hi there, handsome. What can I do for you?
Hi, my name's George. I was just...
Well, it certainly is delightful to meet you, George.
I was...
My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl. I was...
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes, dear?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why, sure, precious.
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do a little needlework, but gosh.
It's okay. It was a long shot. Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac stand?
Oh, you've met him? His name's Nijo, you know. Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
Oh, no. No.
You know, something to impress...
Ohio ne. Všechno je ne Ohio.
We still haven't found anything.
Have you ever heard of a group of knights called the Templars?
Sounds familiar. I remember. Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else, I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of hooey to me.
Okay, Pearl nebude asi úplně milovník historie.
So, tell me a little about yourself, Pearl.
Me? Oh, a gentleman's interest is always so flattering. Well, my husband and I run a greetings card company in a cute little place called Akron in Ohio.
Akron? Cute? Little? Is your husband around, Pearl?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, he is. Sorry to disappoint you.
Asi to je možná dobře, Pearl.
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
No, not really. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You're a phenomenon?
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, George, now you're teasing.
Okay.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
Počkej, možná ještě potřebujeme něco zkusit.
Why, hello.
I liked her too much to zap her with the buzzer. I've got to go now.
It's been a play.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts that seemed to be from a stripped-down printing press. I couldn't imagine where they'd come from, or who'd want them. The stand was hawking ancient...
Já se počkám na toho borce, až tady přijde na toho jejího manžela. Ať ho aspoň někde chytí, on tady furt tak se jako nějak potuluje.
Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Jídlo!
Always got time for a fellow American. The name's Henderson. Dwayne Henderson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy. I'm not in the office. Call me Dwayne.
Oh, okay. Dwayne? My name's George Stobart. Have you talked to Nijo?
Nijo? He's the youngster on that junk stand, right?
Yeah,
we've met him. He's a smart kid. Speaks 4 languages, and he's never had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle garbage on us, though.
You're not gonna find much worthwhile around here.
I know that, and you know that. But try telling Pearl. She reckons there's antiquities in them there stands.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Yes.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew they were an order of knights.
What I know and what I say are 2 different things, boy. I haven't lasted as long as I have in this business without knowing that.
In this business?
Sure. The greetings card business.
Oh, please. I saw a medieval picture of a woman, royalty or nobility, something like that. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with 3 faces. What do you think of that?
Well, I think you should be in therapy.
Yes,
Does the image of a knight holding a crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want with a hunk of glass?
I don't know. That's the problem.
What's wrong, boy?
It's not a crystal ball. It all came together in my head. What the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript. It's a lens.
Všecko to tady je prostě.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they have.
What does Pearl do for a living?
Oh, I run a greetings card company, and Pearl writes the poems for him. You ought to ask her to recite some.
You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing, that's all.
Without a camera, kinda lags to come all this way and not take pictures. Mind if I take a picture of you, George?
What? Why? Ow! You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back home will be real interested.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland? Pearl said you're in Akron.
What was that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Susga.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Have you seen this man before?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm always picking up photos of complete strangers and then asking around.
Ow! Damn it!
There. I've got another picture of maybe I'll ask around about this one.
What the fuck?
Okay. Count. Hello again.
Why, hell.
You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a medical discharge. Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry, Pearl.
Don't worry yourself, George. We live with it.
Okay.
I've got a... The merchant was selling fruit. I decided I might have some later. I wasn't hungry and didn't want to buy fruit. Hi, what's your name, sir?
Hello, you buy kebab. Most good.
What do you make of this?
Buy kebab. Most good.
Aha, tak.
Well,
most good.
Okay.
the carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs. The carpet in the middle looked familiar somehow.
No to jsou ty, no. To jsou ty serky, to je ten alamut.
Hi. Hello, sir. Lovely carpet.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Ah! Give to me! Give to me! Alamut.
Ahoj loupáku, daří se dobře, co ty? Vítej tu.
Many beneficent greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no, and again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No, I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of shag. I, as contrast, am
Takže máme už zmínku o Indianu Jonesovi a už máme zmínku o Sherlockovi. Je fajn, Licek nový rok se vydařil. Jo, jak my jsme hráli, že jo, jsme tady, jsme hráli hry ve velký. No, právě první vyšel Genshin, takže jsem zase hrála. A teďka tady jsem zaplula do... Tady do tohoto. Ty jo, přemýšlím, teďka jak jsem vlastně dohrála ten The Classrooms, jestli tam jako dát do dopsaných her, jako budou se přidat nový mapy, takže víceméně dohraný to není, ale mám dohraný ten content, který tam je, tak jestli to jako dopsat. Spoilí, když hrajete Tomb Raider Anniversary, spadne na vás koule a je tam otisk klobouku a biče. Hele, Tomb Raider Anniversarku jsem hrála, ale nikdy jsem se nevšimla ten otisk klobouku a biče. Zrovna ty vado, já úplně jako miluju Tomb Raider.
I was surprised to see alcohol on open sale.
Jako hodně tady, nebo takhle, já jsem dřív hrála každý rok právě ty první, ty díly po tom rebootu. Právě. Jsem každý rok tady chodila hrát a teďka už není co, takže čekám, že vyjde nová hra a Může, že pak vydají další hry, další věci, tak to je nebudeš psát znova. No jasný, no. No uvidím, možná to napíšu. Zatím to skoro tak vypadá, že co novej den, nebo co den, tak to jsem skoro dohrála snad hru, ty
Even if
vado.
I'd wanted to spit, my mouth was too dry. The spittoon was nearly full. What did they sell here? Drinks or expectorants?
To je nějaký papíreček.
Damn, the door's locked.
Nečekaně.
I'm sorry? Did you say something?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
By staring hard at the notice my Arabic, Russian, and Japanese have a lot in common. I can't read a word of any of them. The notice didn't mean anything to me.
Baví mě to, ale sereme to. A hlavně ta drova ti jde, že jo?
Hello again.
Nebo že ti to baví.
Well, you know.
Tak, cedulka.
Tell me what that sign means.
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed the management.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes. Come back, it's been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No, Ultar use bucket.
Aha.
Have you met the American couple?
Have Ultar met them? Have Ultar met them? Yes, Ultar have met them.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them wonders of countryside. They say, is there anything ancient?
To jsou nějakým lese, a jsou tam
Nature is ancient.
tam asi lvi, kteří nejdou vidět, tak pro mě vždycky něco skočí jen u cvrnknu.
Fan belt older than Ozymandias.
Kluci. Jo, tak to by mohlo dát smysl, že v lese asi úplně lvy nebudou. Never mind.
What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheer up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up, Ultar.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle that falls on the midweek afternoon. Whatever that is.
Hele, já se na něco jenom podívám, mě mám kapsa něco zajímavého, tak se na to chci jenom podívat. Prostě mamka našla, mi teďka píše, jak jsem koukala do telefonu, ne? Že mamka hledala, prostě koukala se na nějaký práce na doma a našlo jí to nějakou firmu Sugar Cats. A že slibovali na začátku skládání krabiček, balení věcí. No a potom z toho vylezlo, že jako... Že jakože... to není jako skládání krabiček a balení věcí, ale že to je prostě agentura na OnlyFans, tak jsem si to našla na netu. Hej, jestli jako tady tohle to teďka takhle fakt jako vybuchuje a lidi si to kupujou, tak... chudáci, ty vado, my. Mi se úplně sevřel žaludek, ty vole. Dobrý.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great she-bop band of the 60s.
No, that's not really...
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions. What do you make of that boy in the market, Nejo?
Nejo? Ha! Ayub's boy. He's too big for sandals. I speak splendid English, and he laugh. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinitive. I say, I split your head if you stay still long enough. Ho, 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 ho. Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious. You should be on cable.
Tomka na OnlyFans, drsná představa. Já ani nevím, jestli moje mamka jako ví, tak jako z 95%, co se jako prodává na té stránce.
This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh, yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of the village to be?
Gee, I don't know, a couple of thousand?
Ben, I would estimate the membership to be no more than a couple of thousand.
Okay.
Have you seen this man before?
Oh, most certainly. Was here only yesterday.
Here? Yesterday? My God, he's close.
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him.
The killer knew my name. What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in
To
Syria.
taky bylo něco na Klausner.
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 miles out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
Kočičky a kozy.
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting, yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
You need fine luxury guide to take you there in air-conditioned taxi.
Woe is me. Where can I find such a guide?
And Ultar is most luxurious guide for most literally some way, in any direction.
Gee willikers, lucky old me.
Are you desirous of my pleasant and luxuriant service?
All right, let's go.
First, I regret the formalities. A trip to the Bull's Head? 50 Yankee dollars, please.
$50? I don't have $50.
Oh, most unhappy event. Ultar then sorry, but he cannot take you on ride of lifetime.
Tak dobrý, můžu vás ubezpečit, že moje mamka ví, co jsou to OnlyFans.
So, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs the muffler doctor. Trading for these things is not possible. My heart weeps.
Mám vzdělanou mámu, ty kokos.
But it's box or zip for unfortunate American.
About Bull's Head.
Are you?
Well, maybe.
A terrific
50. Well, I still don't have an...
Oh, the delights of...
No nic, no.
See you around.
Možná bych mohla udělat s tím borcem, ale jim udělat nějaký obchod. Co asi teda ne za $50, ale well. Ví, a jak to, že by tam měla profil? Ne, ježišmarja. To ne. Důležitý je, že máma ví, z čeho tam je 95% biznesu. Co za kradeš? Ale pítko krade, to nesežere, to je dobrý. Koukám, že žena se přemístila.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how...
What do you know about that couple?
Oh, they're American.
Is that all?
The chap's a little odd. As for the lady, it's a funny thing. But I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab
Šel jsem se
driver.
ohřívat jídlo, cože bylo, co to bylo s těma krabičkama a OnlyFans.
Oh, he's not that bad.
Mamka se doma nudí a chtěla něco dělat, tak jí napsala nějaká agentura, nebo vypadá to tak, že prostě nabízela nějaká agentura práci, jakože na skládání krabiček a takových kravin a vyklubalo se z toho, že to je prostě ovko. Nějaká agentura, která ti pomáhá prostě rozjet tvoje peprný ovko. Vy chtěla drogy, banán být z drog, opice být z drog, všechno tu být z drog. To znám, tento díl.
The guy selling the kebabs.
Oh, that's Arto.
To si pamatuju, tu scénu.
Blighter to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today it pleases to rest there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
What the fuck? Ty mi sedíš, jo, ty mi sedíš na klávesnici, proto nemůžu nic zmáčknout.
Splendid plaything. One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my
Yes?
collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hoards of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point.
Tak si to nech.
This plaster was very useful in Ireland.
Really? Your fund of traveler's tales never ceases to enthrall me.
Brouku, ale ti nemůžu dělat prdel, aby se nespadla z mýho klína, jakoby. Já tu druhou ruku potřebuju.
A comedian. No surprise there.
To bude bolet.
What do you make of this?
A man-sized double-ply tissue stained with best
Co?
white pancake grease.
Jak to ví?
Have you seen this man
Ow,
before?
ow,
No, sir.
ow,
I'm glad to say.
ow.
Here, shake hands, Nijo.
Oh no.
I'd rather not, sir. At least not while you've got that shake and shock buzzer clumsily concealed in your palm.
Oh, you noticed.
Outlawed in 3 separate arms limitation conventions, those are.
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid not, old bean. I didn't have you down as a doctor.
I'm not.
Už se podařilo někoho s tím bzučákem napálit? Ne.
Either.
Ale je prej, jako koukala jsem, že prej je na to achievement, že když jako u každý postavy, se kterou se dá mluvit, klikneš na toho bzučáka, tak je za to nakonec achievement, no.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Ale Nijo byl takový jako poprvý, který byl schopen jako si tu ruku podat. Většina z nich teda jako ne. No a chtěla jsem to zkusit ještě u tady té paní a ta taky ještě nic.
Shake hands, Dwayne.
Why?
I'm just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly by keeping our hands to ourselves.
Já ani nevím, jestli to jako jde.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that. Sounds scenic.
Have you met Ultar?
Almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi ride, mister.
Yeah, the cabbie.
Tried to pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off into nowhere.
Okay. He didn't have anything that I needed.
Okay.
Hello again,
Why, hell,
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No. No, I haven't. Is it nearby?
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful romantic. The Bull's Head Hill.
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
Heavens, yes. What a big man. Very muscular.
But you didn't go for a ride.
Why, George, you're absolutely the
To jako během hry vyšlo, co si
You mean a
pamatuju.
taxi ride?
Je to možný, no.
No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't happen.
I've got a...
It's been a pleasure.
Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. It may never have seen the inside of the toilet bowl, but it was still hardly appetizing.
Nah.
Nejo.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello?
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old
Maybe what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable...
No, you're right. What would you like?
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom.
Tak o tom mluvil. No, jistě.
A Rubicon spheroid of heavenly pleasure.
You mean the ball, don't you?
A tiny spherular form that barely spans my hand, yet promises hours of amusement.
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
Yes.
All right, here you go.
People say bad things about Americans, but you're okay in my book.
What people?
Okay, in my book?
Never mind that now. Remember the brush?
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il-ach il-kalb.
Il-ach il-kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those honeyed words even unto his delicate ear. He won't be able to do enough for you.
Really?
Really.
What exactly does il-akul kalb mean?
A polite but subtly complimentary greeting. He won't be able to do enough for you.
Ha-ha!
Ahoj, Kenobi, docela mě zajímalo, co to fakt seriózně jako znamená.
Hello again, sir.
Hello.
Il-akul kalb?
Filthy, bad. I'll kill you.
What the fuck?
Calm down. I just... Feet, do your thing.
Kde je ten hovnívál malej? Mám chuť na kebab s kebabem navíc. Tak do
What the heck
toho!
did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
Polož!
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justify the means, sir.
Yeah, but I noticed it wasn't your butt that was on the line, though.
They also serve who only stand and wait, sir.
Oh, spare me. Oh, it's okay.
Zachraň si život před pomstou zloděje toaletního náčiní. GG. Jako co? Tady mám ukradenou maximálně tak štětku.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be.
What does Il Akal Kalb mean?
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to Arto.
And Arto come after you with big knife, yes?
Yeah, how did you know?
I know Arto. You tell him in bad Arabic that his kebabs made from dog meat.
No wonder he went crazy.
No. Ultar not mean meat for dog. Ultar mean meat of dog.
Oh.
To je ještě horší.
Look, I've got the toilet brush back.
You man of action, all righty. Don't just wave at me. Give to manager.
Bye for now.
May good.
Ahoj, Charlotte.
Hi. Nice club you've got here. I was wondering... What? I'm sorry.
No surprise. But he not...
but...
He not...
No tongue?
It was bet.
And he lost.
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh, yes.
Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager...
Woo!
What's all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning in detergent before go around my, you bend.
Said all that?
Body language account for much, you know? Oh, yes, indeedy.
The mirror was as clean as anything else in there. The sink was clean, but there didn't seem to be a plug. It was a roller towel dispenser. I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it. And I thought the French had strange toilets. Oops.
To prostě čorkla, ty vole. Nejde to nějak počorovat? Máme klíče. Ale ty jsi to měl vzít, ten ručník, ty debžotko. Jak se máš, Charlotka?
There didn't seem much. Even closed, it would be...
Klasika ve stoje kadí do díry. Hej, oni takovýhle ale záchody mají třeba i když jedeš do Benátek lodí a není to úplně to pravý jako ořechový, no. Když jsi ještě na moři, tak to je extrém.
Hi, Nijo.
Ten jsem se nevšimla potom teďka těch toho...
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
Are you building a bathroom in easy installments?
I borrowed this from the club Alamat.
How nice for you.
So long, Nid.
Poodle peep.
Čágo bélo, pane. What's that? Soška.
The statuette looked pretty sorry for itself after its fall, chipped with both arms broken off. The plaster seemed to soak up the grease paint until it began to look like stone. The grease paint had worked magic. Now it looked like aged marble instead of cheap plaster. It was the short length of chain. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
What do you
Oh, not that. Just what I've been looking for.
Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Tvoje žena chce věcí.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Have you had any dealings with the kebab seller?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
What do you think of this?
Good gravy. Looks old.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than ours. Looks Roman.
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home? How much do you want, George?
Páďo.
Couldn't. It's the find of a lifetime. I mean,
$50. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Here you go.
Okay.
And here you go.
To si lupneš na moři do boty. No právě ne, ty vado, okay. Ale je to takový, není to úplně moc, jak to říct, pohodlný, stabilní. Tak, máme 50 babek. Teoretiš bych teda si mohla říct o tu cestu. 50 babek zaplatila si mu nájem na rok dopředu. No, ty vado. Když by teďka stal nájem 50 babek. Bohužel ne. Jedem na Bíčí horu.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
Look, Ultar, $50 US.
A splendid sum. Exactly sufficient for an exciting air-conditioned trip to the Bull's Head. What Hey you, oh adventurous one.
Jedem.
Okay, it's a deal. Here's the cash.
Umíte si mě představit s královstvím, až to dokončíme, půjdeš do krámu a jedno si koupíš. Na vlásku, už se nepamatuju moc, ty
The
vado.
only vehicle I can see around here is an aging army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah. Okay, I'll be along in a minute. It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
To je jeho.
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
Tak jdem, ne?
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes, most assuredly. Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
It looks like an old army truck to me.
Bah! You Americans with your checkerboard caps and your Judd Hershes. You have lost sight of what a taxi should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay already, let's go.
Regrettably not, most esteemed pair. There is a minor problem of a tiny nature. The fan belt has taken to break.
So, what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I must wait for a ride to the garage for a replacement.
How long is that gonna take?
1 day, maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how, my friend?
I'll think of some. Is this any use to you?
My friend, the very thing, yes.
A pak, že mi ta práce občasně v autoservise bude k hovnu.
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in 2 lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes?
Okay. Ta větev vypadá podivně. Taková první věc mě úplně praští do oka.
Centuries of hot days and cold nights had opened a crack in the cliff edge, deep into the living rock. With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot.
Nick, který budeš zapínat ten film v 8.
I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. Well, that looked really safe. But I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Díky, maličkost.
I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there. But there was something in there. A metal ring, as wide as my hand. I took a firm hold and pulled. Whoa there! Around
To
the
je
corner, I
to?
found a corpse.
Asi nebude Indiána,
Oh
co?
my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again. Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me.
Chceš tam ruku, nebo to umřeme? Indy, jsou tu pavouci. To nevadí!
A stone head.
Tohle bylo na tom
three
pergamenu.
bearded faces. It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries. Sure was an ugly one, though. I couldn't think of anything to do with the statue, apart from scaring small children with. Okay, all right. Hey, what's this? I'd found some kind of lens, a very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball.
A teď tam budou ležet dva.
Without
Jo.
getting too close, I couldn't see any marks of violence, apart from his fingertips being scraped raw, and that seemed self-inflicted. Klausner had been pretty smart to get this far, but he was still dead.
Co budu za chvilku já s takovou, ty vole.
I couldn't take the inscription with me, and I didn't have a notebook or a camera to record it. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In occidenta cita est, in ora mundi. Okay. That would have to do. The mount's opening. It must be Ultar. My God. If he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are!
Oh no. To bude někdo jiný.
You!
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places. Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill
Teď tam
you.
100% budou ležet dva.
Assured, however, that I am an excellent shot, you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why
To si pamatuju, to je konec Tomb Raider 4.
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But, unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden moves, Mr. Stobart. Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You want to look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about. Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
Yeah, he was carrying some sort of lens. I've got it with me.
Give it to me.
I don't think so.
Don't be a fool, Mr. Stobart.
If I give it to you, what's to stop you killing me?
What is to stop me killing you anyway?
You might hit the lens.
Not if I shoot you in the head.
When I fall, the lens might get broken.
Yes. You plead convincingly, Mr. Stobart. Perhaps you will live to see another day. Perhaps. Was there anything else?
Well, there was something in Latin up on the wall.
What did it say?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize. I cannot risk you inadvertently helping my enemies.
So what are you gonna do?
I regret that we must end this here and now.
What exactly do you mean?
I am a professional. You will feel no pain.
Oh, man. You're gonna kill me?
Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stobart. A rare breed. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Well, what the heck?
It was a long way down. Below, I could see Ultar's truck. It was the shaken shock buzzer I'd been given by the man in the costume shop.
Okay, let's get this over with.
On ho nepoužil? Já měla za to, že když kliknu na to jako na ten bzučák, takže borec si ho nandá do ruky, ne ty vole, že mi řekne k němu komentáři. Come on!
Okay, let's get this over with.
A proč to nepoužije? Nebo jako dává mi to...
It was the shaken shock buzzer I'd been...
Okay.
Co? Klikni s ním na něj. No to už jsem předtím udělala, nebo jestli to bylo jako moc pomalu. No konečně. Ježiš, to nepomalu jak hovno. No nic, budem skákat. Ty si to užíváš, že jo? Možná kind of, ale nečekala jsem, že když to jako...
Okay.
Já jsem moc rychlá. Třikrát kliknu na toto. Boha jeho! Boha jeho!
Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part of the experience was Ultar's driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really? Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more.
Point and click.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Let's take another look at the manuscript. That's the face of the statue I saw at the bull's head. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. Have you any idea what this lens might be used for?
As a magnifying glass, obviously. I'm sure you'll find it very...
Skvělý.
I brought you a present from Syria.
Oh, George, you shouldn't have bothered. What is it?
This.
A necklace. It's rather heavy.
Ethnic craftsmanship at its most rustic.
Oh, of course, I love it.
You do?
It will always remind me of you.
Skvělý prostě.
Can you think of any use for this?
That's a thing for measuring blood pressure, isn't it? What are you doing with that?
I picked it up in the hospital. It could be useful.
You ought to take it back. Don't you feel guilty?
No. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Takže teďka je ještě Španělsko. Čau, Lorin! Čus, jak se máš? Dobře, a ty? Jo. Dobrý. Jo. Co pak? Kamkoliv.
Hi, is this the de Vasconcelos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the de Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the countess and myself.
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
No, she hasn't won the lottery.
A more cunning man might have claimed that she had.
Oh yeah? They might have, might they?
And that more cunning man would have been kicked off the premises. The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why? Okay.
Adios.
I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone.
Kde jsme to zastavili?
My hose has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my hose never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Uh-uh.
See, you.
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my hose has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
I hid behind the armor and waited for developments.
Hey, you. I know you are there, American. All right, you dogs, I'm coming.
No. Zbaš. Au! What the fuck? The fuck? Jsem měl něco dobrýho. No říkám, kočka ze mě udělala odrazový můstek zase. Oh no.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you'd just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they've planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please, sit down.
Nevím proč, ale...
Thank you.
Tě poškrabala?
I know your family is involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for the De Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, whatever happened, happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a... You! Why, I feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me. Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh.
Come with me.
Okay.
Hey, senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar,
Man-size in marble.
It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for snuffing out the big candle in the chandelier. A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey, it's a checkerboard.
Čas na oběd. Na
May I
co?
ask you something?
You may ask.
To fo?
Who exactly are
Jak
these
jako na
people?
oběd?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be very
Mám to
proud.
trochu posunuté. O 12 hodin.
Where's the
Trochu.
6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can have no relevance.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will honor my desire not to talk about it.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for now. Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry. The filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Injustice is one of them.
Okay.
Not
Co za
The lectern top.
šachovnice?
Close up, over a check. Some of the squares had little jagged holes in the middle. Close up, over a checker. Some of the squares. The lectern top had a pattern of glass squares. Would you tell me?
What?
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern. Purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is...
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart. You cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time we failed to realize that there was a puzzle?
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh? Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
Tak to docela GG,
All
no.
those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
To měl borec ty vado mít teplejší oblečení.
Lopez, put that hold down and listen. Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes, the old chess set.
Okay.
Oh, damn the game. Now, hurry.
Ale tak kdo by čekal, že bude po 19 stupňů v kanclu? To je pravda, no.
Is it not?
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars. Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos, is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. The bishop envied us our land and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again. Lopez, you have the pieces.
Si, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
Jo, počkej. No to právě, že já budu dělat jenom tady tyhle ty. Budu dělat i další díly tyto gamesky. Já právě upřímně nevím.
Senior Stobart, look!
What is that?
Šipková roženka jsem, ten univerzi,
it's not
kde mění
the
pohlaví
Holy
všem
Grail,
postavám, jestli
is
to
it?
někdy
No,
bude.
Senior Stobart. It is the
Bring back
communion chalice of the Dei Vasconcelos.
Adventura, čtvrtek, nebo to byla středa, to já už nevím, ty vado.
Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is
Jako
your
ty nový
moment
díly
of
jsou z roku
triumph,
2010, no, a jednu adventuru,
Sure, I'm
kterou jsem
sure.
chtěla
The
hrát,
possibility
tak
of death traps only
ta
occurred
se
to
mi
me a few days
bugla a
ago.
už to nějak moc jako nechce jít. A další jako mám ještě jednu, no. Případně nachystanou. Zase zpátky do Francie.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no. The Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice. But there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
Ach jo,
The Countess
škola,
entrusted me with the
zítra,
chalice and
nechcu.
the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited...
Wait, dneska je neděle. Jo.
This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you.
Musím dělat výklid bosa.
She simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Já opět být s jedním učitelem, protože ztratil papír, nad kterým jsem mu dával v 2024 úkol a dal mi z toho 5, tak ho asi sejmu. What the fuck? To byla ta čočka, to byl ten s tím diamantem. Ale čočka byla tady. A ještě to Španělsko, no.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Kam já teď vůbec, ty vole. Jak mu řekla, že mi polí prdel, ale to by se mu ještě líbilo, protože homosexuál. Oj. Ty vole, kam já jako mám víc. Už to zase sedí. Žádné toulky teda, žádný toulky kanálama. A je kněz? Nově.
Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
You must be proud to have such an incredible collection of stained glass.
Pride is a sin, monsieur, but it is hard not to marvel when the light shines through them. It is a fine example of the artisan's genius.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace to France.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
To je on, ten gest, co mě ošával, že mi bylo 10. Oj.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months now.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church, then.
Just a little.
You've got quite a shine on that candlestick.
Ah, oui. Anything less than best would be an insult to the Almighty.
I guess so. I never thought of it like that.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly looks very old.
About as old as this church, I think.
There seems to be an engraving on it.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know, it is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
That'd be very good of you.
This shouldn't take very long.
Okay, thanks.
To dává smysl.
The lens fitted into the end of the scroll like a hand into a... Hey! A Knight Templar burning at the stake, and a date. Let me see. MCCCXIV. That's 1314.
Ok. Já se jsem podívala ještě jednou, ten obrázek byl docela zajímavý.
A Knight Templar. To think of the long centuries that it kept its secret. All the thousands of people who must have been through here and seen it without once suspecting.
Já nevím, nejde to ty vole nějak jako... Hele, ten už to má hotový.
Hello again, Father. Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure.
What was the writing on the chalice?
It was not writing, my mistake. It was a coat of arms. The remarkable thing is that it seems very familiar.
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it on that wall tomb in the far corner. That winged horse is quite distinctive.
Did you know that the center window conceals an image of a man burning at the stake?
The burning man?
What, you knew?
That there was a hidden image? No. But the church has a reputation for being haunted. Many times, people have claimed to have seen a burning man in the window. But when others they look, there is nothing. Perhaps the light has to be just so for the figure to appear.
Yeah, or maybe you need a special lens. You must be proud to have such an incredible collection of stained glass.
Pride is a sin, monsieur. But it is a fine...
Catch you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
The Templars were demonstrating a pretty good grasp of physics. If the dissolution hadn't happened, we'd have had cold fusion power last century. No. It couldn't be. Could it? Now that my attention had been drawn, there was no name on it, but the coat of arms I'd found. My eye was drawn to the biblical references carved into the edge of the tomb. Hey, Maybe these biblical references mean something. Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1.
Kámo, to zní jako tak, že si to budu muset zapsat.
Just one more. Psalms 22:21. I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel trap.
To doufám.
The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence to me. After all, the De Vasconcellos arms were already on the manuscript.
Když se díváte do propasti, i propast začne zírat na vás. To taky od někud je.
Some significance all of its own. Hello again, Father. Bonjour. Catch you later.
Au revoir.
By nějak mělo jít se podívat i na ostatní, ne?
Carrying all that armor around. A stone. A statue of... Well, I could have just... But I wanted to be sure what I'd be other than... On the end of the staff was around the base... To think of all the thousands... A huge stained glass window formed...
Jsou monumenty, ale já věřím, že tady ještě bude jako něco, ať se můžeš více podívat na na ty okna, ne? Nebo? Nedoufám, že do Fonka přidají Hudson jako příští měsíc, tenhle kupuju toho Xbox a neměl bych pak na ní peníze. Ty vado, vím, že se o tom bavili na Discordu, ale...
The Templars... If the dissolution...
Jde s tím svědkem nějak otočit nebo něco, já nevím.
A scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. A Knight Templar burning at the stake. And... Somehow, it looked more modern than its... A huge...
No. Skvělý. Když skočí do sprchy, pak asi uvidíme na lisu. Asi jo. No já už tady stejně nic jako nevím, myslím asi.